Hi, I'm Ross with Manhwa Narrate. This is part 1 recap for the Manhwa library of the Heaven's Path. We wanted to get to 1,000 subscribers, so please consider subscribing. Thank you. The story begins with our protagonist, who used to be just an ordinary librarian at the university on Earth. Unfortunately for him, he died in a fire and was reborn in this world as a teacher. A guy licks a blade of a small knife and brings it up to the girl that he seems to be harassing against the wall, asking, "So what?" To her ear, he added, "Does she really want to do this?" He is the most popular teacher in the college. The girl frightenedly replied that she thought the most capable one there was Teacher Lu-sun. The guy replied that no, he is stronger than him. The girl with purple hair and red eyes asked what was his name. He pulled back and narcissistically replied that his name was Young Huang. But the girl immediately slapped him and told him to get off her back. Leaving, she angrily said that he was the most popular, of course. Only from the end, a liar, a cheat, and well, you get the gist. He sat on the ground holding his cheek like a loser he is, saying that the last one was also the first in a way. Would she think again? This world is like the world from novels. It's the strength that counts here. He thought he would become like the hero of the novels, become a scumbag, and thus conquer the world. But later, he realized he'd been thinking too much. He never thought he'd be such a loser. He thought about why it's so hard to recruit students. Because he's the worst teacher in the whole university. As he looked around the room with old scattered desks, trash, and cobwebs, he realized that he didn't have a single student. He remembered that this guy was just insufferable. He ended up being such a loser that the students feel sorry for him. But still, they didn't go to him. No students. Everyone hates him. He's just the worst. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and started drinking a lot. And so, unfortunately, they started talking about him even worse. If he doesn't find students today, he'll be thrown out of here. Even if he had been good in his previous life. Now he would have to try hard to achieve anything. Just then, he heard a voice behind him say hello, apologize, and ask if he could come this way. A girl with pink short hair peeked in and asked if this was Teacher Lu-sun's class. The guy slyly rubbed his palms together and thought that it looked like he was finally in luck. A new student. This time he would succeed. He coughed, turned his head in her direction, and asked if she really wanted to be a student. With a twinkle in her eyes, the girl replied that yes. She had heard that Lu-sun was the strictest and most famous teacher in Hongtin University. He turned his back to her and sternly said that she was confused. Choosing a mentor is like choosing shoes, where only the size matters. If it doesn't fit her, there's nothing to be done about it. But there are some teachers who may not be so famous. But if they are perfect for you, then the progress from lessons with them will be visible on your face. The girl lowered her head frustratedly and replied that her brother had told her the same thing, but she didn't know which teacher might be right for her. The guy continued that a teacher is someone who teaches and explains. He is also an old Hongtin teacher, and he can't be sick of watching students go off the true path without even realizing. He told her to demonstrate her skills and talents, and he would recommend a teacher for her. The girl bowed low and thanked him. She clenched her fists and proceeded to lunge, punch, and attack through the air. He looked at her in confusion and said he couldn't see anything from here. He smirked, thinking a little flattery couldn't hurt now, right? It was time to play a little. The girl stopped and exhaled with her eyes closed. Then looked at the teacher and asked what he thought. The man stroked his chin and replied that according to his observations, she had a well-practiced base, excellent prospects. She has a rare talent. Obviously, she has practiced a lot. Hearing about the talent, the girl got excited. The guy continued by saying that her footwork is amazing. Every movement is like a tiger's throw. Her footing is practiced. You can be confident in it, and that's the most important thing. Trained legs are the key to success. The girl looked at her right leg and said it was damaged. The doctor has diagnosed it and there is no chance of full rehabilitation. The teacher coughed awkwardly and said how could he not see the obvious? She has some sort of advantage despite her leg injury. The girl looked at him hopefully and asked what kind of advantage. He lunged forward and slapped his knee with the palm of his hand saying it was hope. The girl looked at him cheerfully and asked if her legs still had a chance. He leveled himself again, stretched his hand forward, showing 3 fingers, and said that however in the entire university, there were only 3 teachers including him who could help her. The other 2 had long since stopped taking students. The girl was upset and asked what to do. She called out to the guy who had been turned away and asked, "What about him? Is he still recruiting?" He replied that he was not interested in fame and fortune. At this she fell to her knees, put her right fist to her open left palm and told the teacher that she knew he had strong moral principles. But please let him take her on as a student. She won't slack off and she won't defame his honor for anything. With a faint smile on his face, crossing his arms behind his back, the boy thought that his plan had worked. He abruptly pulled the knife out of his pocket and with a smirk said he thought fate itself had brought them together with her today. He would gladly take her on as an apprentice. He took a seat next to her, took her hand and offered to make a contract. She was surprised that it was so quick. He cut her finger and drops of blood fell on the blue jade in his hand. He hid the stone and the girl thought to herself that shouldn't he have at least considered it? Didn't his honor depend on it? Had he moved so quickly and prepared the knife beforehand? He tucked the knife into his pocket and said that she had become his apprentice of her own free will. Did he ask what her name was? The girl nodded and replied that her name was Wang Yin. He told her to go back and not to forget that she had a class waiting for her tomorrow. Joyfully walking out of his courtyard, she replied that she wouldn't forget. Stepping inside, Wang sat on the floor, leaning on one arm and holding the jade above him with the other, saying that he had finally found a student. One wouldn't have to worry about expulsion. This is also a success in a way, right? He happily tossed the jade upwards, telling himself to just relax. Now that one worry was gone, he would take care of his student. When he caught the jade again, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck him. His head became dizzy. He started to fall somewhere, asking what the hell? He thought, what's going on? Holding his head, he opened first one eye and then saw a huge gate in front of him. He asked himself, where is this? The library of the celestial path. Staring at the gate in surprise, he asked himself, was this really the library of the heavenly path? What had happened to him? He couldn't have died again, could he? Could this be a late consolation prize for his death? One of the doors lit up brightly. The boy walked over and resented to himself, what seriously? A library? He'd spent his whole life on it, really again? But he said he had to go in case there was something useful in there. It couldn't get any worse. Going inside, he found himself in a beautiful space with a lot of hovering racks. In the middle hovered 3 huge crystals. As he walked through the library, he thought about how this library was much more luxurious than the one he worked in. There are so many books here, and there's nothing but them. His old library books, were usually donated by old people, so it wasn't as rich. Putting on a round platform that had a picture of the moon and the sun on it, he started to climb up. Looking around, he thought, is it still just a pile of books after all? What would he need it for? How would they help him win the battle? His eyes lit up with a sly glint, and he decided that now was the time to check out what they had inside. Walking over to one of the shelves, he suggested that maybe they were top-notch wrestling textbooks. He was about to take the book in his hand, but it went all the way through the shelf. The guy irritably realized that they were not material. He shouted loudly to the entire library that this was bullying. Everything in here is fake. These books can't even be taken. He returned to the human world, and walking along the walls of the university. He wondered what kind of place it was. He walked out of there as soon as he found consciousness here. Could this be a dream? Even if it was, he was just convinced that the library was completely unusable and that it was a waste of space. He exhaled and realized that pondering was useless right now. He should get something to eat. He smiled and said he'd get back to looking for students later. Just then, a voice came from behind him and called his name. It was a smirking blonde man with freckles on his cheeks. He said that today the students choose their own teachers. These are his recruits. How does he like them? There were several students behind him. He walked proudly and asked one what about him. No one came to see him, right? One looked at him angrily and replied that he didn't have to brag in front of him. It wasn't even his business. The blonde man turned to his students and pointing his finger at Juan, told them to look. This teacher, Mr. Zhang, is the only one of all the teachers in the university who received 0 points in the teacher ranking. Now he is trying to achieve something. One of the students said that they say his students almost died when they went into the fire on his orders. Another student laughingly asked if he was really at the bottom of the rankings. And the guy with white hair and golden eyes thought to himself, 0 points in the rankings? He really wouldn't be able to be called a teacher by anyone. Juan looked at them seriously and asked if they had had enough of talking. Then don't let them detain him, he's hungry. The red-haired teacher irritatedly said that the one was a teacher no one respected. Didn't he care? Juan asked in response, should he care? He is famous and even his novices know him, but what about him, Chao Xiong? As a teacher, he is not famous. And he still thinks he's better than him? He advises him not to show off. The students in Chao Xiong were shocked by this answer. The red-haired man replied that that shameful bastard dares to use his inferiority as a dignity to shame him with it. Just then, a voice sounded behind their backs to say that Teacher Zhang was not what they said. It was Wang Ying, who continued that the teacher was very good. He not only accepted her as a student, but gave her hope to recover. He could easily become number 1. An elderly man with a thick black mustache walking behind her told her to stop. Master told her to go to Lucin, and she went to this idiot. She should just give up his patronage before the young master found out. The girl was sadly silent, and her cheeks turned red. Chao Xiong pointed his finger at the girl and asked Teacher Zhang, is this girl really his student? And she already wants to leave him, how is that even possible? He laughed. Huang looked at him irritably and thought about the fact that he had a hard time recruiting her so that he wouldn't get kicked out of the university. The man grabbed the girl's hand and led her over to Teacher Zhang, saying that Wang Ying intended to leave his class. The girl looked sadly at Brother Lao, and Zhang Huang asked her, does she realize how many students want to become his students? Does she really want to give up this valuable experience? He moved closer to Brother Lao and quietly told him that it wasn't that he didn't want to abandon his little sister, but that students who abandon their teachers have a bad reputation. None of the teachers would want to take her, is that what they want for her? The old man didn't know what to answer, and Huang put his arm around his shoulders and told him not to worry. He has a very capable sister, and if he let him train her, she will definitely succeed. Saying this, Huang was thinking that he shouldn't miss his chance. But then Tao Xiang with a smug smile told them to stand, who said that none of the teachers would take her. If she leaves Zhang's patronage, he, Tao Xiang, will gladly take her in. Zhang angrily pointed his finger at his rival and shouted that he was taking over students in broad daylight. He would report him to the administration. Tao Xiang waved his hands and suggested with a smile that they just fight and have an open house. The university's charter clearly stipulated such an option. the student could choose their own teacher and then it wouldn't be considered stealing students. Zhang thought that even though he had a bad temper, he was a much better fighter and teacher than he would lose here. Crossing his arms over his chest, Tao Xiang wondered if Zhang had chickened out. He is just offering to test who is stronger and no manipulation of people. Huang thought that if he refused, Wang Yin would definitely leave. He should at least try, otherwise he definitely won't recruit students. He gritted his teeth and replied, okay, they would do it. They arrived at the practice field. Someone was beckoning the passing students to come over and watch Teacher Tao and Teacher Zhang battle. Someone wondered and asked, is Zhang the one who is first from the end? Isn't this an unequal battle? Zhang Huang and Wang Yin stood opposite Tao Xiang and his white-haired disciple. The red-haired teacher was telling the girl that according to the rules of the university, they show each other's disciples and then talk about their blunders and shortcomings. The one who shows the student the most effective way to progress is the winner. He asked her to show them her series of blows. The girl replied that she was good. She walked to the center of the field where there was a large boulder with a rectangle marked out on it. She struck it with her fist and the number 53 popped up on the boulder. Tao Xiang crossed his arms on his chest and said that her upper body was well developed, but her footwork was clearly lacking. Unless he's wrong, she probably has a leg injury. Huang was wary and thought about the fact that the man saw it right away. He's so much better than him. What should he do? He had backed himself into a corner. Tao Xiang leaned over to Wang Yin and said that he would tell her what could be done to her leg. She should listen carefully. While they were talking, Zhang Huang looked at them and thought, what are they discussing? He can't hear their conversation. After listening to the teacher, Wang Yin said that she understood and stood up in a stance, thinking that she would try to imagine that her foot was burrowed into the ground like a root. The root-like support helps to accumulate strength and exudes it with her whole body. When she punched the stone this time, the number 63 appeared on it. The students watching all this were shocked, saying that in 1 minute the strength of her kick increased by 10 units. This is astonishing. Teacher Chao is very perceptive and attentive. After looking at Huang, the red-haired man pointed at his student and said that he was done with the instruction. Now it was his turn. The guy with white hair walked up to Teacher Zhang, bowed and asked for advice. But then the teacher stretched his palm forward and told him to stand. He didn't think it was fair. Everyone looked at him questioningly, and he continued that if he loses he gives him Wang Yin. But what happens if he wins? He is at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Tao Xiang was confused. But then with a smirk, he walked over to the white-hair guy, put his hands on his shoulders and said that if he wins, let Yan Li become his disciple. The guy over his shoulder looked at his teacher and wanted to object to something. But he told him to relax, because how could Zhang Huang beat him? Let him just do what he knows how to do. The student stood at the stone and began to execute his technique. Huang crossed his arms behind his back and poured sweat, thinking that it was over. He doesn't even recognize this style. How does one even look for flaws in his position? And the blonde man, pointing his fist at the stone, thought that he would rather die than become the teacher's student from the end of the list. The teacher was watching him very carefully, frowning his eyebrows trying to find what he was doing wrong. But then it was as if lightning had struck him again. He found himself in the library of the heavenly path again. He sat on one of the floating circles with the moon and sun and rubbed his aching head. In front of him glowed the inscription, Flaws of the Heavenly Way. He looked at it and asked, what does it mean? Where did this phrase come from? It wasn't their last time. Then a book flew up to him. He marveled, saying that this book was tangible. He picked it up. The cover had Yang Li's name written on it. Opening it, he began to read that Yang Li is the youngest of the Yunqing Li family. Training style, White Lotus. Martial ability, Fei Hua kick is at a low level, Kunlun kick is excellent. Flaws: 12, one of which, too many extra punches. Second, third, 12, his left hand is more developed, but he uses his right hand more often so the punches lose potential. He asked with surprise, "Is this true?" Here he returned to his world the moment Yang Li struck the stone and the number 62 appeared on it. Crossing his arms on his chest, Jian Huang thought to himself that every person, just like every style, had its own flaws. Being able to identify and keep a record of all the flaws, the Library of Heaven's Path was designed to do just that. Not a bad gift to celebrate the beginning of a new life. Surprised exclamations began to come from the crowd that the guy hadn't made a mistake, so young and already hitting 62. Tao Xiang pointed his hand at Huang and told him to proceed with his recommendations. The latter chuckled, thinking that it was time to show his true strength. He confidently told the guy that his technique had many flaws. There were 12 of them in total. Hearing this, Tao Xiang clutched his stomach laughing. He asked, 12 flaws? He hadn't misheard? The students in the crowd started laughing as well. One guy said that it was the White Lotus style known for its power. Another girl added that it's hard to see the flaws in a fighter of this level. And it seems like he didn't notice the mistakes and just wants to confuse everyone. But Jian Huang looked at them contemptuously, asking, do they really not believe his words? Then there is nothing to be done. He doesn't want to compete. Leaving the field, he told Huanging to go with him. This kind of betting is simply unacceptable. The girl was surprised, but followed him. Here, right before the steps, Tao Xiang stopped Teacher Zhang, saying that they trust him. They asked Teacher Zhang for advice. Smirking, Huang looked at him, thinking that it seems like he was about to be famously surprised. Huang pointed his finger at Yang Li and told him that he had hit with his right hand. But now let him try to hit with his left. The guy looked at him questioningly and asked if he was serious. The guys in the crowd laughed again, asking what just changing hands will do. This is what they call wise advice. This is a waste of time. And Tao Xiang grinningly told his disciple to just do as he said, so that they would all be convinced. And he himself was thinking about the fact that he knew Yang Li's abilities very well. His left punch wouldn't even score 30 units. The guy obeyed and struck the stone again. From what he saw, Tao Xiang opened his mouth and his eyes widened. He shouted that this couldn't be. The number 123 popped up on the stone. The students in the crowd were shocked, asking what? From 62 to 123? Is that a doubling of strength? Even Teacher Lu Sen's result is not that big. Yang Li shocked at the result, thinking to himself, is this really his punch? With a smirk, Huang thought about the fact that it worked. He knew that the Heaven's Path library was given to him for a reason. He had told Teacher Chow that his score was 20% and his was 100. Did he have anything to say? The red-haired man clenched his teeth hard, thinking that he had really grown so much. He silently took out a blue jade from his inner pocket, bit down on his 2 fingers, ran a bloody trace on the jade, and showed it to Yang Li, saying that he had released it. Now his teacher was Zhang Huanyu. As he walked down the steps, he told her other students that they were leaving this place. One of the boys asked, and is that all? And Huang, waving at him from the field, told him to take his time. He would see him off. Chao Xiang looked at him that he was lucky this time, but he would find a way to get back at him. Huang took out his jade and threw it to the guy, said that he was now his disciple. So let him hurry up and authenticate the identity on the stone. After catching the jade, the guy thought to hell with it. He's sure the other teachers won't accept him after all this. He bit his finger and a drop of blood fell on the stone. Walking down the corridors of the university, a guy with brown hair asked his friends if they had heard that Teacher Chao Xiang had recently competed against Teacher Zhang, who is at the very bottom of the ranking list. Another guy narcissistically asked, "Is he the one who is a perpetual loser?" The brunette replied that no, he had won back then. Increased his hitting power by 100%. His friend surprisingly replied that even Lucen couldn't do that. A girl with blue hair gathered into a high ponytail who was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard heard these guys talking. She asked, 100%, how can someone do what Teacher Lucen couldn't do? He was just lucky. A girl with short red hair gathered in a ponytail standing next to her said that she didn't think it was just luck, it's a 100% increase. Sitting with her arms crossed on her chest, the girl asked in response, "And what is that but luck?" She thought about the fact that the main reason why she is in this university is because she wants to go to Teacher Lucen. How do they know how to say that some loser from the end of the list is superior to Lucen? With an evil look, she declared that she would go and give him a lesson right now. Sitting on a chair in his old training building, Zhang Huang's thoughts were in the library. He was thinking that when he saw someone's skills, the Heaven's Path library would automatically generate a book of flaws. Now that he possessed this kind of power, he could definitely become stronger. This was when he woke up because a girl with blue hair came to him. Out of anger, she asked if he was Mr. Zhang Huang. He replied that yes, it was him. What's the matter? She pointed one hand to his side and asked that it was true that he increased the student's punching power by 100%, right? Let him prove it and give her some tips to double her strength. But the man only waved his hand and replied that he didn't. The girl irritatedly shouted, "What do you mean no? Isn't he idling right now?" He put one foot on the other and said that he was recruiting students. They helped for thanks to the little rough girls. The girl got even more angry, clenched her fist and asked what did he want from her. He seriously told her to become his student. She stared at him intently, asking to herself, is he deceiving students again? How low he is. She decided that she would become his student first, and after revealing him, she would move on to Lucen. With a serious expression on her face, the girl told him that she agreed. He is her teacher, but if she finds out that he is cheating students, she will tell everyone. Two of her friends were standing outside the window at this time. The girl with the red ponytail asked fearfully, what is she doing? Xiao Yao wants to become his disciple. Another girl with a pink bob excitedly replied, that's horrible, isn't it? Running out of his courtyard, they decided that they needed to talk about it to her family. Jiang Huang waved his hand and told her to forget it. He changed his mind. She is terribly impatient. He prefers attentive students. His words made her insides boil and she cursed him. But she thought about the fact that she needed to expose him, no matter what. She would endure it. Folding her hands behind her back, she smiled sweetly and told the teacher not to get angry. She asks for forgiveness. She sincerely wishes to be his student. She asks to be accepted. One replied that it was already better. She folded her hands in a special gesture and thanked the teacher. With a sly face, he added that if she wanted to become his student, she would have to clean this place so that not even a speck of dust would be left behind. And don't let her forget the restroom outside. He needs to test her patience. If he remains satisfied, she will learn from him. Xiao Yao clenched her teeth and said that this was too much. Supporting his head with his hand, he asked, really? Well then, if she can't do it, then let her leave. He thought about the fact that did she really think she was playing games with him? She's still too young. The girl immediately grabbed her broom with a cute smile and said she was just kidding. She'll get it all done. As she started sweeping, she thought about how she had never backed down before in her life. He should just wait. She will get her revenge. Xing Huang and Zhao Yao stood at the entrance of the classroom. The teacher told her that she had done well. He abruptly took out his jade and held it out to her, telling her to now authenticate her identity. With a smile on her face, the girl clutched the stone until her hands trembled and told the teacher that she looked forward to his instructions. She wanted to become strong as soon as possible. And in her mind, she wanted to smash his self-confidence. Juan and his new student stood at the entrance to the classroom. He told her that he needed to watch her kick to see what level she was at now. There was a rock in his yard that was the same as the one on the practice field. The girl walked over to it, stood in a stance and thought to herself, "You only get one punch. What is there to see there anyway? She'll see what he's up to." Juan noticed she had a very aggressive stance. "It's about time for the library of the Skyway, right?" This time he made it to the library without being struck by lightning unexpectedly. Climbing up on the hovering circle, he found Zhao Yao's book. Opening it, he began to read that she was the daughter of the Lord of Baiyun City. Highest level of proficiency and basics. Fighting style, White Jade Kung Fu, flaws, 27. First, impulsive and irritable in combat due to rushed movements and not being able to use her full strength. Flipping the page, Juan said that there was nothing special about it. But then he saw something and realized it was what he was looking for. After hitting the boulder, the number 123 popped up on the rock. The teacher clapped his hands, saying that wasn't bad. He hadn't studied her systematic strikes, but her strength was worthy of a lord's daughter. The girl thanked him for his compliments. With a smile on her face, she asked him to point out her mistakes. Behind her back, she held a small yellow pearl in one hand. She thought about how she would keep his shame with this crystal. And then she would show it to the people. They would see how he would justify himself. He replied that then he would get right to the point. He walked right up to her and told her that her flaws were her disease. The girl stiffened at first, and then blushing, pulled away from him, and shouted in embarrassment that no, she was not sick. He is the one who is sick. His whole family is sick. He looked at her questioningly and explained that he wasn't scolding her. But she was physically unwell. The girl crossed her arms across her chest and declared that this was nonsense. No, she's not sick. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He replied with a smirk that he doesn't deny it yet, and asked if she often feels pain at the point of Tangjong and Zhongwan, especially during the full moon when the body and mind are particularly irritated. One more thing, no matter how hard she trains, she's always irritable, isn't she? Zhao Yao looked at him shockingly, covered her chest with her hands, and asked, "How does he know?" With a clear smile on his face. He replied that it was because he is an experienced teacher. Embarrassed, she asked if this problem had a solution. Turning away from her, he said that the solution is that she comes to class tomorrow. He would explain everything to her. The girl asked, "Really?" With a wave of his hand, he replied that if she didn't trust him, let her go to other teachers. The girl protested and said she trusted him. He turned his head in her direction and asked if she still wanted to keep that recording stone. Xiao Yao was surprised again, showed her hand from behind her back. Squeezed it, and the stone shattered. She shockingly thought about that, immediately identified her illness, and realized that she was recording it on the crystal. Without turning to her, he staggered away, waved, and told her not to be late tomorrow. She stared after him, wondering how such an accomplished person could have gotten to the bottom of the rankings. The only explanation was that he was too noble. He didn't need wealth and recognition. Just then, an old man with a thick brown beard and long hair gathered in a ponytail ran towards them. He stopped in front of the girl and told her to stand. This was Yao Han, the steward of Baiyun City. Xiao Yao asked her uncle, "What is he doing here?" Looking at Zhang Huang with a slanted look, he asked his sister that she didn't become Zhang Huang's disciple, did she? The girl calmly replied that yes, she did. Covering the girl with his hand, Yao Han turned to the teacher and said that his younger sister, the cities of the family. She can't learn from someone like him. Either he will obey him or he will go to the principal and get him expelled. The girl grabbed Uncle Yao's hand and asked, "What is he doing?" She voluntarily became his student. Why make a fuss? The man looked at her and asked, is it voluntary? Doesn't she realize that he is not a worthy teacher? Would he be able to increase her strength? The girl embarrassedly replied, increase her strength? No, that's not true, Yao Han asked. What then? The girl wanted to tell him that she had made up her mind, but he interrupted her, saying that in the end. But he himself fell silent after seeing the shards of the recording crystal. He called one a son of a bitch, looked at him angrily and asked him what he had done to his sister. He told him to let her out of his class immediately. Believe it or not, otherwise he would kill him right there. The man began to gather his energy around him. And one asked, does he really read that he's messing with her mind? It seems like he was a little mistaken. Xiao Yao fearfully asked Uncle Yao, what is he doing? If he didn't stop, she would never speak to him again. The man froze and the girl grabbed his wrist and dragged him, telling him that they should prepare a sleeping place. She couldn't be late tomorrow. The man followed her confusedly, but turned around and looked angrily at Xinghuan. The man with an incomprehensible and dissatisfied look said that he had just accepted a disciple. What's the matter anyway? Two guys were walking past Xinghuan's courtyard. One of them told Xingyang not to despair. So what if he was rejected? He's not the last teacher at the university. Xingyang replied that it was easy for him to say he was taken. Mo Xiao told him not to talk like that. He will definitely be accepted by someone. A sad Xingyang said that even though they have been training together with weapons since they were kids, and teacher Wang is the best martial arts expert in Hongtin, Mo Xiao will surpass him. Isn't it sad? His friend awkwardly scratched his head and replied that it was possible. But then Mo Xiao saw a sign at the entrance of Huang's courtyard that said, First Class. He pointed his finger at it and told his friend to look at it. This is the first teacher's classroom. He offered to go in. Xingyang replied that he wouldn't go, but his friend took his hand and dragged him inside, asking him what if he was also a weapon master. Xingyang hesitantly said that this class looked old. Mo Xiao told him to be optimistic, so the teacher is experienced. Jiang Huang asked Xingyang if he wanted to be his student. Mo Xiao, the guy with the headband, pointed at his friend with his hand and replied that yes, this guy is good with weapons. He is hoping for his patronage. The teacher told him to show his skills to begin with. Nudging his friend, Mo Xiao told him that it was fine. He would just be given a few tips. Getting up from his chair, Huang thought about how good it was to have another disciple. Taking his spear in his hands, Xingyang thought about how the area looked very unkept. The teacher is most likely to match it. Well, if he really is that terrible, the guy just won't become his disciple. He unfurled his spear and struck the stone. The number 123 appeared on it. When he finished, he straightened up, folded his hands in a certain gesture, bowed slightly, and asked his teacher for advice. Looking at the smiling Huang, the boy asked to himself, what was he even looking at? He seemed to be exactly what he thought he was. He exhaled sadly. But then Jing Huang asked the guy, did someone hurt him emotionally? Moreover, he felt humiliated. The guy was shocked and his cheeks turned red. He exclaimed that he was secretly in love with a girl, but then he stopped and said that it had nothing to do with the teacher. Mo Xiao walked up to his friend and asked if he was really offended. Why didn't he tell him? Who was it? Xingyang looked at his friend and suggested that he discuss it later. Why he looked at the teacher and said that although he didn't understand how he knew it, but it was his own business. It had nothing to do with his training. But Huang raised his index finger up and said it did. His punch is fiercely purposeful. It says something about his personality too. He thinks about the present moment, not caring about what comes after. He pointed his finger at the guy and continued that it was the emotional trauma that made him indecisive. He became afraid of failure. His punch could have been so much harder. Silently, he looked at him and then asked in surprise. Does he not truly see that he was in love and knows about his character? Xing Huang replied that there was nothing to be surprised about. A fighter's punch directly depends on his emotional state. If it is unstable, his punch is unstable. His movements, though consistent, are weakened by the uncertainty of his luck. At first sight, he realized that love was to blame. His friends looked at him shockingly. Xing Yang thought about how even teacher Huang, the weapon master, didn't see it. He has a gift. The teacher walked up to the guy with his hands behind his back and said he would give him some advice. To gain respect in a relationship, you have to be strong. If he doesn't respect himself, does he have any idea what he looks like from the outside? He patted him on the shoulder and added that right now he should sort himself out, let go of resentment, and learn from mistakes. He must become strong. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Don't you dare insult me because I am poor. Quote from the battle-splintered blue of the sky. The boy clenched his fist thinking about this phrase. The teacher told him to punch again. Xing Yang stood again, repeated that quote loudly, and struck the stone. The number 235 glowed on it. Mo Xiao opened his mouth to announce, saying that the force of the punch had more than doubled, and Xing Yang kneeled down, called his name, and asked Huang to stand as his teacher. The latter replied that it was fine, took out his jade and told him to certify his identity. Mo Xiao looked at them, thinking that if he knew this teacher was so cool, he would have gone to see him himself. But if there really is such a good teacher in Hongting who knows about weapons, why hadn't he heard of him? He asked the teacher for permission to know his name. He replied that his name was Xing Huang. Xing Yang looked at his friend and said that it was something familiar. He suddenly answered like the most terrible teacher of the university was also named Xing Huang. The man with pink hair laughing replied that yes, he is that terrible teacher. From what he heard, the guys were petrified. But then Xing Yang asked the teacher why is he so self-critical, and he replied that the world was full of price tags, there was nothing wrong with that. And he thought to himself that if it wasn't for the Heaven's Path library, he would really remain a loser. He doesn't have any special talents without it. Xing Yang stated that he wanted to pay tribute to his teacher. The man laughed, waved his hand, and replied that his reputation didn't matter, but he would be happy if the guy practiced hard. Seeing his friends off, Juan told his new student not to forget about class tomorrow and not to be late. He waved to his teacher with a smile. A sad Mo Xiao said Toga everything ended well. He now has a cool teacher. He thought about how it was a pity that Xing Yang's feelings were not accepted nonetheless. Seeing the jade hanging from the rope, Huang was happy that he had 4 students. In his mind he was thinking that he had just wasted an entire registration mark. Need to grab a few more from the logistics building. Walking into the empty building, Huang thought about how they were all taken apart. But then behind his back, he heard a voice calling out to him, asking him that wasn't that their first teacher Xing Huang? A huge man stood in front of Xing Huang and asked him that he was not doing well in recruiting students. What was he doing here? It was Qian Biao, the head of the logistics department. Huang remembered that. The one always bullied him because he didn't earn much because of his reputation. Maybe he was the one who insisted that he was only given 4 tokens. Holding his hand out in front of him, Juan stated that he had run out of registration tokens. He would like to take more. The man laughed along with the other 3 men who were half his size. He pointed his finger at Juan and said that the teacher at the end of the list said he had used all the tokens. He hadn't laughed like that in a long time. One of the laughing men who had blue hair said the penultimate teacher in the ranking and then only 1 student. And he says he used all the tokens? With a confident smirk on his face, Juan asked if they didn't believe him. Does one want to argue? Qian Biao looked at the man seriously and asked if it was a bet and agreed, but asked what he, a ragamuffin, could put on the line. Huang stated that he wanted to put his face on the line. The loser gets 3 slaps from the winner in public. Would he dare to do that? The huge man grinned and said, "Okay, let it be so. But if he loses, he gets 3 slaps from each of the 4 of them." The teacher agreed. The 3 men took out a blue book with a badge on it that said, "Education Bureau." They placed it on the table, and the man with the blue hair said that here was the information about the student's affiliation with the teachers. They would use this book to find out if he was lying. Crossing his arms on his chest, Qian Biao smugly asked, "What will this guy do? How will he justify himself?" The man with blue hair shouted out what he had found. The other 2 bent down to take a look as well. The man said that indeed 4 disciples had recognized him as a teacher. Qian Biao questioningly howled, snatching the book out of the man's hands to take a look himself. He said that these guys must be idiots if they acted like this. Seeing Wang Yin's name, he remembered that she was with a leg injury, but he was surprised to see that she was ranked 67th in the entrance exam. The daughter of the Wang family, one of the richest in Tianquan. He was covered in sweat when he also saw Zhao Yao's name. He asked himself what was it Zhao Yao to be 7th in the entrance exam. The daughter of the Lord of Baiyu City in Yangli with Jin Yan. They are both in the top 100. He slammed the book shut, pointed his finger at Huang and said, "He just messed up these kids' brains. Otherwise they wouldn't even look at him, the loser." Smiling calmly, Jing Huang replied that whether they wanted to believe it or not, it was the truth. "Is it time to fulfill promises?" Qian Biao asked. "Is it a promise?" 3 men smirking maliciously stood beside him. One of them, a brunette, asked what would happen if they didn't do it. Another, a blonde man, said yes. What would he do to them? He won't be able to handle them and they'll slaughter him like the last pig. And then the man with blue hair asked. Or maybe he would complain to the administration about them. With a smirk, Huang said, "Meaning so. They don't want to keep their promises?" The brunette stepped forward and answered what exactly. "Is he in trouble? He is not worthy of even touching his face, let alone a slap." Qian Biao told Li Yuan that it was time to teach him a little lesson. The man replied to his boss that he understood and swung his palm at Huang. Closing his eyes in anticipation, Qian Biao thought about the fact that this bum was only a rank 3. He couldn't stand up to a rank 4 master. It's beyond him. There are 9 martial ranks in their world. 1 is the rank of second breath. 2 is the rank of Dantian. 3 is the rank of true qi. 4 is the rank of skin and bone purification. 5 is the rank of vessel qi. 6 is the rank of opening the chakras. 7 is the rank of attaining truths. 8 is the rank of sage prank. And 9 is the rank of Bhagwan. The higher the rank, the more difficult it is to advance to the next rank. Each rank is divided in 2, beginning, intermediate, advanced, and peak level. Even though Huang is good at other people's skills, he is only at the level of a rank 3 master. His opponent is a rank higher. So what will he do? Qian Biao, who has turned his back to the men, saw that blood splashed on the floor. He said he told him to teach Xing Huang a little lesson. Why the extra blood? But the man with blue hair fearfully patted his boss on the back, warning him that it wasn't Zhang's blood. The man stared shocked at the brunette lying on the floor. The irritated logistics chief asked, "How is this possible? Li Yuan is a rank higher, how did this happen?" With a confident smirk, Huang waved his finger at them and the remaining 3 pounced on him, shouting that he was just lucky. In a second, he was in the library of the Heavenly Path, studying their books and realizing where to strike. He hit the man with blue hair in the armpit, the blonde in the lower back, and their boss in the center of his chest. They were all barely on their feet, shaking violently. Huang shook out his hands, saying he touched their vital point. All 3 of them immediately fell to the floor. Heavenly Encyclopedia, Vital Point. hard-training fighters almost always have this kind of Achilles heel. If even a child is hit there, it can lead to death. So vital points are a fighter's most important place, often not even relatives know about them. Kneeling down, resting one hand on the floor, the fat guy holding his chest, Qian Biao asked. How did he know about their life points? To himself, Huang said that of course, thanks to the library, he only now realized that it could not only help in teaching students, but also in the actual battle. Even though he was from the ground and not really versed in kung fu, but knowing the weaknesses of all humans, he could easily defeat them. He replied to Qian Biao that if they had kept their promise, they wouldn't be in this situation. Why make things so complicated? Then the man was angry, saying that Zhang Huang, pathetic and talentless, dared to attack higher-ranked employees in a public place. He could file a complaint against him. The man with blue eyes told him to kneel down. They would give him a good lesson or get him fired. The blonde man, writhing in pain and holding his lower back, added that if he lost his position, he would be disrespected and killed in an alley somewhere. Huang looked at them seriously and asked, "What? They can't win by force and intelligence, so they use sneakiness." Well, then he would resort to their methods as well. He began to tell them that Master Qian Biao had stolen Elder Chen Ming's treasure 6 months ago and used it to please a woman. Master Bai Lin, a man with blue hair, drove a girl to suicide 3 years ago by insulting her. Her spirit often returns to him in his dreams. Must death be near? Teacher Tikhun, a blonde man, he took away his brother's business by poisoning him. All three of them were shocked and thought it was impossible. How did he find out about it? They immediately kneeled in front of him. The boss, bowing, said they were wrong. He asked not to be angry with them. They didn't mean it. Jiang Huang looked at them sternly and replied that he had no time to deal with their mistakes in the past. But in the future, if they didn't learn a lesson, he would definitely ruin their careers. The head of the logistics department replied that they wouldn't dare anymore. He opened a small chest that contained many blue jades and said that they were registration tokens and he could take as many as he wanted. Standing at the door of their assignment, the men waved their hands at Huang, telling him to take care. Far enough away, a joyful Huang thought about how this exciting life was just what he needed. But then he heard loud shouting. Someone was telling him not to be pulled. Let him die. He was going to die now. He saw next to the pond 2 skinny guys trying to stop the fat guy. He looked at them, wondering what was going on. It turned out that the fat guy was holding the hand of one of the guys and pulling him along. The one was yelling at him to die on his health, but let him go. The third was trying to stop the big guy, asking him to calm down and think. If he wanted to jump into the reservoir, he didn't have to pull someone behind him. After saying that, he stopped, looked at them and said okay, he understood. He grabbed the other guy by the leg and dragged him towards the pond, telling him to just leave him. He wasn't alive anymore. This guy grabbed the first guy's pants, yelling that he was the one sticking to him. The first guy said his pants wouldn't hold up. Looking at the mess, Huang thought about what had led to this in the first place. As he walked past them, he thought he should continue to recruit students. But then the voice of one of the guys came from behind him, asking if it was one of the teacher's uniforms. Huang cursed because the fat guy grabbed his leg while lying on the grass, and the other 2 students ran away and thanked the teacher for distracting him. Looking at the boy, Huang told him to let him go. The boy with tears in his eyes said no, he's been denied patronage 10 times already. Today was the last day of selection. He asked the man to graciously take him on as a disciple. The man squatted down beside him and told him that if he wanted to be his apprentice, he should let him see his abilities. What good would it do to hang on his leg? The lad replied that it was good. The fat guy fetched some bricks and with a smile on his face told the teacher to watch. He started hitting those very bricks against his head, elbows, shoulders, and knees. Huang stared at him incomprehensibly, asking to himself why is he hitting himself. But then he moved into the library. Introduced to this guy's book, he realized that this is an unusual form of Kung Fu. Henlian Yuan Dao happened to be a disciple of Hong Ting, a martial artist in the early stages of the second breath. 18 flaws. The first is not activated horned dragon blood. The second is weakness of character, unstable training. Huang thought about the one with a rich pedigree but still not capable enough. But then he noticed something and exclaimed, the power of the imperial bloodline? In this world, the body and blood given from birth are of great importance. If a fighter has a heritage, he can improve much more actively than his opponents. There are several kinds of bodies: purest body, yin body, yang body, golden body. There are several kinds of blood: ancient blood, new blood, inherited blood, changeable blood. Horned dragon blood is one of the most ancient bloods. It is said that when it is used to its full potential, the fighter becomes invulnerable to weapons and cannot be broken by anything. It is one of the best defensive bloodlines. Huang didn't expect that such an ordinary child would have such potential, even if unrealized. He should be taken right away. He told the kid with a smile that he would be his teacher and handed him a token. The kid got excited and asked if it was true. The teacher really is experienced if he discerned it. When a drop of his blood fell on the token, he laughed and said he finally had a teacher. And Huan answered him that it was not something to be boastful about. Then a voice came out and asked, "Is it really Jiang Huang?" "It is true." "What kind of teacher, what kind of student?" "It was a man with many hair, Shang Bin, the grandson of Elder Shang of Shang Academy and one of Shinbai's admirers." He with a narcissistic smile added that if the teacher was a trash, then his disciple was ordinary trash. A pretty woman walked beside him, had red hair and green eyes. This was Shinbai, one of the best teachers in the college with a huge number of admirers. What could one say? Even the former Jiang Huang was her admirer. Huang turned to them and asked, "What, trash? What is he talking about?" Shang Bin replied that of course it was about him. Covering his nose with his hand and waving his other hand in his direction. Huang asked him, "But then why did it only stink when he appeared? What an odor!" The man got angry and shouted, "How dare he!" And Shinbai laughed. The man looked at her and thought that even Shinbai was laughing at him. He should be more cold-blooded. In front of her, he can't slap his face in the dirt. A sly smirk reappeared on his face and he asked, "What did he lie?" His place in the rankings is known by absolutely the entire academy. This fatty he knows too. His hitting power is only 15. He's only good at defense, what offense? He must have been the last one in the entrance exams. What a coincidence, teacher and student from the ends of the list. He laughed again. Hearing this, Yuan Dao was shocked and asked, "What, from the end of the list? Trash, what was there to do? What had he done?" And Huang asked Shang Bin, "Did he finish his sentence? If so, he could go." The man's face twisted with shock. He turned to Shinbairu's teacher, suggesting that he should leave because one should not spend long time with this scum. It would negatively affect her beauty. But the woman turned to teacher Zhang, saying although he made it to the bottom of the list last time, but he shouldn't give up, must work hard and then he will succeed. Huang looked at her and thought that did she really think that taking this guy for himself was a sign of failure? He replied with a smile on his face that he was grateful for the guidance. It might seem to her that this student was weak, but he could guarantee that he was an uncut diamond and if properly trained, he would shine. The woman replied that it was good. Then she looked at teacher Shan and told him that she was a little tired. She wants to rest for a while. He doesn't have to follow her. The man asked her, "What about lunch?" He then turned to Zhang and told him to wait. He would make him answer for everything. The man replied to him that he would wait any time. Shang Bin ran after Shanbai, asking her that if it was more convenient for her, they could have dinner instead of lunch. The woman replied that she didn't think so. She'd rather order food. Huang asked the student trying to escape where he was going. His class is in the other direction. The boy froze, realizing that he had been spotted. He looked at teacher Zhang and scratching the back of his head, he said. Since he saw how bad he was, he is afraid that he will ruin his reputation as a teacher. He wouldn't mind if the latter let him go. Huang grabbed his huge palm and with shining eyes said no. It was pointless, he had already dripped blood on the token. He will live as his disciple and die as his disciple, they are connected. The boy wanted to object to something, but the teacher told him no. Don't let him argue with him. He was touched by his concern for him. He told him, let's go, the class is around. The boy asked the teacher that if he didn't show up tomorrow, would he expel him? Huang replied that of course not. He'll throw him into the very reservoir he wanted to jump into. He'd feed the fish. Didn't he tell me? He'll live like his student, die the same way. Don't worry, he's a responsible teacher, he will get to have a beautiful grave. In his room, Zhang Huang sat on his bunk, waved his badge and said that today is the last day of student recruitment. He felt like his limit was 5 students. He looked at the blue book next to him and thought about class tomorrow. Got to deal with everything today. He opened the book he thought he used to train according to the principle of Hongting's 9 paths. Each stage there corresponded to the essence of the 9 ranks. Many in Hongting train according to the system. He seemed to be the last of all the teachers to remain at the 3rd rank. Everyone else has already reached the 4th rank. He needed to catch up with them. He sat down in the lotus posture and began to meditate. It was sunset outside. Huang walked towards the building thinking that maybe here he could find a method to train more successfully than in the past. The essence of unifying true Qi is to gather the spiritual energy around us. This process is very slow and arduous, as the spiritual energy needs to be reconstructed to reconnect with the true Qi of the body. Some masters train day and night for a minimum of 3 years to achieve acceptable results. Would he really have to do this for years? But his class is tomorrow. If the students find out that their teacher is incapable of even quality Qi gathering, they will definitely drop out. Although through the Heaven's Path library, he could try to look for the flaws of the 9 paths of Hongting. The snag is that there are more than 1,000 of these flaws. He won't be able to remove all of them. But if he gathers enough information about other training methods with the advantages of one system, he will recover the disadvantages of another. Jiang Huang walked to the steps of the library, folded his hands in a definite gesture, and turned to Elder Mo, who was sitting in the lotus posture on his bench, holding his staff in his hands. The old man looked at the teacher unhappily and said that it was quite late. What is he doing in the library at this hour? Honorable Mo was one of the keepers of the library. Huang went up to the elder and said that he was about to cross the 3rd rank, but he had a couple questions, so he came here. With a smile, the old man replied, bad for his slow improvement. The university needs fresh blood like him. The information about the 3rd rank is on the 4th row of the Kung Fu manual. He wished the kid good luck. The latter, opening the door to the library, thanked the Honorable Mo. When Huang went inside, the old man said that this boy is good, but he lacks ability. He hoped that his results wouldn't be so pitiful. Once inside the library, Huang thought about the fact that there are a lot of books here. It seems that the university library is no poorer than an ordinary modern library. Seeing a sign on one of the shelves, he realized that what he needed must be there. Picking up one book and beginning to leaf through the pages, Zhang wondered how the other learning techniques worked. He moved to the library of the Heavenly Path, continuing to look at the book. He said that it described a technique that had over 3,000 flaws. It seems that Hongting's 9 path system had more than 1,000 flaws. It was surprising that this system was so popular. Is it possible to fix so many flaws? He went back to the university library again, telling himself to stand. This was no time to despair. Why should he fix all the flaws? He just needs to fix the point that's getting in the way at his stage. Great, there are only 10 flaws. As he continued reading the book, he thought about how it was a pity that the Library of the Heavenly Path only talked about the flaws, but not the methods to correct them. But he would be able to find the advantages of different techniques overlapping the disadvantages of others. By combining all the information, something new and more progressive could be obtained. He looked at the library and thought that since he was here, why didn't he gather information about the 4th and 5th rank? After a while, there were many mountains of books around him. Hearing the noise from the library, Elder Co indignantly asked, "What's so weak and wants to appear smart?" Pretending to be. He would never have thought that one was like that. Putting the books back in place, Huang walked out of the library satisfied, thinking that the information about the 4th and 5th rank had been found. Now it was time to go back to practice. Seeing the lad, the elder called out to him asking if he had finished so quickly. Why didn't he take a copy of one of the books with him? The teacher replied that no, his question was not deep enough to take copies. Walking down the stairs, Huang thanked the Honorable Mo, waved and said they would see each other. Looking at the guy leaving, the elder thought to himself that he wasn't deep enough to take copies. He'll come here again to reread it. How frivolous of him. He felt like the dean should be asked to keep a closer eye on the teachers. Night had fallen and it was dark outside. Jiang Huang sat at the table in his room with his arms crossed over his chest. He said that he had gathered everything he needed with the help of the Heaven's Path Library. But how long would it take him to hook it all up? Here he felt bad again and wondered why the library had called him. A multitude of books began to fly onto the hovering circle he was standing on. Juan realized that they were all books he had written down. The boy didn't realize what was happening because they began to fly over his head and then lit up with a bright flash and turned into one new book. Taking the book in his hands, he looked at it in surprise. I ask about you, is this really a collection of all his notes? All the information was structured. Reviewing the new book, Juan said that the contents of this book could not belong to any known doctrine. It's perfect new to the world. Closing the book, he added that it still had no title. Should he choose one? He looked around saying, if it was created by the Heaven's Way Library, let it be called Heaven's Way Technique. Juan was surprised when the title on the book appeared by itself. Jiang Huan sat in the lotus posture on his bed and meditated. There were many chi tongues around him. In his complicated hands, it was gathering into a ball. Once finished, it all flew apart in different directions. The guy opened his eyes surprised. He asked, "Did it really work? What, so fast?" Other people who have advanced to the rank of skin and bone purging, starving for long periods of time, meditating constantly, their progress takes a long time. He, on the other hand, only needed half a night to reach the 5th rank of chi vessel. He raised his hands and looked at his fingers with chi around them in surprise. He asked, why had his chi become stronger? It seems that his training had increased the quality of his chi as well. Doesn't that require saint or divine refining? It seems to be all thanks to the Heavenly Path Library. He recalled that when he used the 9 paths of Hong Ting, he made so many mistakes. It seems like he can gather top-grade chi. With the help of the Heavenly Path Library, would he be able to learn a holy or even divine refining method? He laughed mysteriously. Heavenly Encyclopedia. There are 3 kinds of chi energy: higher grade, intermediate grade, and lower grade. The higher its qualities, the stronger the fighter. Its processing techniques are also divided into 5 levels: divine, holy, spiritual, ghostly, and mortal. Within each level are 4 sub-levels: beginning, intermediate, advanced, and peak. After summoning his chi, Hwang said that it was definitely a chi of the highest quality. This one improved both his body and his energy. He should see what he could do now. Zhang Huang went out to the courtyard and walked over to the stone. I think that when Huang Yin and the other disciples were striking this slab, they could measure their strength. He exclaimed that this would be the first strike after his meditation. He stood up in a stance, gathered his energy, and struck the stone. The number 8 din, 1 din equals sign 1,000 kilograms, appeared on the stone. The guy looked at the slab shocked and asked if it was definitely functional. Its strength is comparable to that of a rank 6 sage. Yet the new system affects the body's energy more than its strength. In a way, it's terrifying. He clenched his fist and thought about the fact that he had reached rank 5 in one night. Best to keep it a secret. But then he heard some noise. He turned around and thought, where did that sound come from? Who came here at this hour? We'll have to check it out. He stood around the corner with his back against the wall. On the other corner stood a man dressed all in black. Huang thought about whoever it was walking towards his room. The person doesn't seem to notice him. He hopes that the one doesn't bring trouble to him. It was Yao Han, Zhao Yao's uncle, Bai Yunyu's steward. He had a scarf on his head and a bandage covering his face, only his eyes were open. He took out a small knife, thinking of Zhao Huang's own fault. How dare he lie to his sister under his influence? Standing around the corner, Huang thought about the one sneaking up on the teacher in the middle of the night. Better take off the teacher's uniform for camouflage. Hearing a rustle behind his back, Yao Han turned around and angrily asked, "Who is there?" Realizing that he had been spotted, Huang quickly wrapped his teacher uniform around his face and head. He figured the one was here to kill him, so he would just say he had the same plan. That would confuse Yao Han. He showed up from around the corner and said he was here to kill the loser teacher. Who is he? The man looked at the boy, frowning his eyebrows, and said that he would do it then, and he would cover for him. Huang asked in surprise, what, he was okay with that? Didn't he want to kill him himself? The man gripped his knife tightly and said he didn't want to kill him. Just teach him a lesson. Turning his back to the boy, he added furiously that he would cut off his dick. Make him a Jew, all for being so unfair to his little sister. At this point, the guy fearfully covered his groin. Irritated looking at the man, the guy cursed to himself. I guess if he had gone to bed instead of practicing, there would have been dire consequences. Yao Han told the guy that he was the first to go. But the guy spread his hands and told him to go first. If he kills him, what's the point of castrating him? The man thought about what a coincidence this was. Does this guy really want to kill Zhang too? He suggested that he should go together. Huang was visibly smiling because from behind his bandaged face, it was only visible that his eyes were closed. He replied to the man that it was fine. In an instant, he was beside him. And Yao Han thought, has this guy really reached the 5th rank? He told him to focus on his energy to feel his body better and prepare to attack. Huang moved to the library of the Heaven's Path and thought that he was lucky. He was holding a book that had the name Yao Han on the cover. He thought that it was a familiar name. Where could he have heard it? Opening the book, he realized that he was a servant of the Baiyan house. A rank 6 fighter who had opened the 8 chakra points. Isn't this Zhao Yao's assistant? Why will he do this? With fire in his eyes, he shouted. So what if he was already a 6th ranked fighter? So what if that one hits 12 ding? He's not Jing Huang if he doesn't teach him a lesson. After calming down, he seriously looked at the book. Realizing that he would definitely lose in a direct confrontation, he then read the man's flaws. Giggling, Jing Huang stopped around the corner and the man who had gone on ahead looked angrily at the guy, asking what was wrong with him. The man waved his hand and replied that no, nothing. Jumping out from around the corner, he pointed his finger into the sky. Telling the man to look, there was a UFO. The man looked in that direction in surprise, asking, "What, UFO? What is a UFO?" Slyly approaching the man from behind. Hwang replied not to worry, he will see it now. He kicked the man in the lower back with his foot. The bandage fell off his face. His eyes rolled up and blood spurted out of his mouth. Hwang flew off and hit the stone fence hard, which had cracks from the collision. Walking over to the man who was sitting on the ground and holding his head. Hwang thought, shouldn't a rank 6 be stronger? If you know your opponent's weaknesses, it solves a lot. The man looked at the guy incredulously, asking, "Didn't you want to get revenge on this guy?" "I knuckled my knuckles," Hwang asked, "take revenge on him." Along with him, looking at Hwang fearfully, Hwang asked him, what was he gonna do? Just then, a small yard dog appeared from around the corner, marking the corner before barking and running away. Exhaling, Zhang Huang thought to himself that it wasn't that difficult. This guy, the Yao family's assistant and Uncle Zhao, he's had enough. How does it feel for him to be defeated by a rank 5, martial arts, kung fu? He sure as hell hadn't had a battle like this yet. The man's face was battered, his eye and lips swollen. He began to rise slowly. Huang noticed this and thought to drive suspicion away from him. He thought of Shan Bin, deciding that everything could be blamed on him. If he hadn't come up this afternoon, he wouldn't have remembered about him. The guy told the man that Zhang had pissed him off this afternoon, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. Although the guy is here for the same thing, but if he really wants to castrate him, then Shinbai would think he was the one who did it, so he wouldn't take his responsibility. He shouted to the man to get out of here. Getting up from the ground, the man held his lower back. Remembering that firstly, that man had definitely talked to Zhang this afternoon. Secondly, he often quarreled with Zhang. Thirdly, he had said something about Shinbai. When the man had gone far enough away, Huang removed the blindfold from his face, thinking about how good it was that he had decided to practice today. To survive here, one would definitely need strength. The next day, Zhang Huang's students were all at their desks, and their teacher stood at his desk and asked why Zhao wasn't there. Huang Yin, who was sitting at the first desk of one of the 2 rows, replied that she should come up later. Huang said okay, then they would start without her. His teaching method is different. For him, individuality is important, so he will work out everyone's style. He called Huang Yin's name, the girl flinched, and the teacher told her that she was his first student, so he would start with her. The upset girl thought about the fact that yesterday after she came home, she found out that teacher Zhang was really a cheat, so she didn't want to study with him now. Josh Huang extended his hand towards the girl, opening his palm. He told her to show him her punch again. He should take a closer look at it. The girl who stood in front of him asked, "Isn't this place too small?" The teacher answered her that it didn't matter. He thought about the fact that when he had looked at her strength the first time, he did not yet possess the Heaven's Path library. Huang Yin stood up in a stance and slammed her fist into her teacher's palm. He quickly studied her book in the Heaven's Path library, opened his eyes and said that it was not a bad punch. The girl excitedly looked at the floor and stammered and told the teacher what she wanted to do. But then he told her that if he wasn't mistaken, her leg had been injured in battle about 2 years ago. The girl looked at Huang in surprise and asked how did he know that? In her mind she thought, how could he understand the cause and timing of the wound? The man began to explain, 3 points responsible for strength, speed and agility are concentrated. The Huanqiao, lower limb paralysis and hip disorders. The central channel and the free limb point. Her opponent hit the point responsible for strength. This caused it to close and blood to start flowing in the opposite direction. This was why she was unable to punch equally with others. Huang Yin looked at the teacher with her mouth open, thinking that one of the best doctors they had invited had said the same thing, but couldn't do anything about it because it required a minimum 8th rank master. She asked the teacher if he could cure her. He walked over to his desk and replied with a smile on his face that this couple of trifles. The girl's eyes rounded at what she heard. She thought that her injury couldn't be cured now. That medicine was incapable of it, and the teacher says it's nothing. He took out a small pouch containing needles and told the girl that he had called her here specifically to cure her. Huang Yin thought, is he really capable of doing this? With a smile on his face, he called her over to him, telling her to relax her entire body. The girl sat down on the bench, stretching her injured leg forward, and thought to herself that she didn't know why. But now she had confidence in her teacher. Zhang Huang, meanwhile, stood in front of her, concentrated and with 2 fingers, through one of the needles. It slammed into the girl's thigh and she shuddered, thinking that this was a technique that required brutal control over the flight of the needle to ensure that it hit the target accurately. Is it really air acupuncture? Air acupuncture requires at least a 5th combat rank. Did the worst teacher in the university really reach the 5th rank? And Huang took a few more needles and inserted them into the girl's leg. Throwing out his hand in her direction, he began to channel his power into the girl through the needles, infusing true qi. The girl squirmed in pain and sweat ran down her face. She felt the purest qi in her entire body, like spring water without a single impurity. Could this really be the teacher's qi? Could a 3rd rank master have such energy? In the entire country, no one had heard of such a mastery of refining true qi. Could it really be true? The girl looked at the teacher shockingly, and the teacher crouched down beside her to remove the needles from her leg and replied with a smile that yes, it was. Huang Yin felt her feet more precisely and distinctly than ever before. It was as if he had turned some kind of lever, and now she could feel them. She had waited so long for this, she had almost lost hope. Such a severe illness, and the teacher had cured it so easily. As the man headed for his desk, the girl knelt down and thanked the teacher loudly. Zhang Huang told her with a smile that since everything was fine now, let her practice hard. At this time, the rest of the students were sitting in the classroom. Yang Li seriously said that he was going to leave the teacher. Are any of them with him? Yuan Dao raised his hand and said that he wanted to leave too, but he had to be careful, the teacher might get angry. The blonde man asked, so what? Anything is better than to stay here. No, this is crazy. They don't even know what rank he is. He's sure that when Huang Yin comes out, she will convince them of that. All 3 guys turned around because the door in front of them opened. The teacher came out of the room, followed by a satisfied and smiling Huang Yin. Yang Li was surprised and Yuan Dao said that she didn't look disappointed. The blonde man looked at the girl while frowning his eyebrows and thought about how Huang Yin looked genuinely happy. Did he really say something worthwhile to her? Just then, the front door opened and a smiling Zhao Yao and Yao Han, whose head was completely bandaged and only one eye was visible, appeared there. The girl guiltily apologized for being late. Jiang Huang looked at them questioningly and asked the girl if he could ask who the disabled person next to her was. The girl didn't understand what he meant, and the man got angry and shouted that he himself was disabled. He is Yao Han, a servant of the Baiyan house. He's here to test him. He will be observing this lesson. The girl turned to her uncle and asked him to calm down. And Huang waved his hand, saying that he needed absolute silence in the classroom to teach. This isn't a passable courtyard for the rabble to come in here. Getting even more angry, the man asked the teacher who he was calling a rabble. He could swat him right now, and the teacher told the girl that he couldn't handle him, let her take care of her relative. The girl started pushing Uncle Yao out, telling him to leave. He was interfering with her classes. Left outside, Yao Han angrily shouted to Jiang Huang to stay out of his sight. Jiang Huang called out to Yang Li, saying that it was his turn now. He beckoned for him to follow him. With a serious expression on his face, the guy replied okay. While thinking to himself, he thought to himself that he would see what the man could do. If he really is trash like they say he is, he'll drop the class without a second thought. Closing the door to the room behind him, the guy asked the teacher if he wanted the guy to practice kung fu. The teacher answered him that it was useless. The guy asked why. Huang looked at him and said that at the moment Fei Hua's kick is at a beginner's level, although his Kunlun kick is top-notch. The guy asked the teacher how he knew he practiced Kunlun. He thought about the fact that no one knows about this training. Not even his family. With a smile on his face, the teacher answered him that because yesterday in his Fei Hua, he clearly saw the Kunlun style. The boy shockingly asked, "What? He's able to see that?" And in his mind, he was wondering if teacher Kaoxiang didn't see it. How was Jiang able to guess? Huang asked him that despite the high level of development of the Kunlun strike, every time he used it, his armpit pain and itchy shoulder would increase, right? The guy was shocked, but more scared. He asked how the man knew. The man answered him that the body of a Kunlun technique master is perceived as the body of a dragon. And if the warrior has reached the skin and bone refining rank, there will be no side effects as the chi energy will nourish the muscles and bones of its host. But he is only at the second breath rank, his body is still too weak. Kunlun will injure him. As time goes by, the injuries will become more and more serious. If he continues like this, his arm will atrophy, it will no longer be salvageable. He's already at the stage where his sleep is disturbed, and at night the spasm can be felt all over his arm. The boy stared silently at the floor and clenched his fists so hard his hands were shaking. He suddenly dropped to his knees and asked the teacher to help him. The man walked over to the guy and with a smile on his face, lifting him off the floor, told him not to worry. He should just stop practicing Kunlun and focus on his rank. He would find a way to rectify his condition. Yang Li looked admiringly at the teacher and thought about how he was so wrong when he thought that he was a bad teacher. Now he realizes how lucky he is. The teacher is a great man, the greatest of the great. Yuan Dao and Jin Yang stood not far from the door. When Yang Li appeared, the fatty asked him if he was leaving the teacher. The blonde man indignantly asked, "Quitting? What is he talking about? A teacher wants as a teacher forever. Now that he's already here, there's no point in backing out." He doesn't understand them. All day long thinking about the way back, aren't they ashamed? The two boys and Zhao Yao both lowered their heads guiltily. Zhao Yao was shocked to hear that she possessed a yin body. Her teacher told her that she wasn't sick, but she had the yin body that all women dream of. Her body has a high concentration of yin energy, and with the right training, her progress will become faster by leaps and bounds. Too bad no one noticed this, and now she is practicing white jade kung fu. She is adding yin energy to her already existing yin energy. A direct path to ailments. The only way to rid her of the pains is to change her training method to one that suits her body. The girl asked, how should she train now? The man smiled and replied that tomorrow he would go to the library and try to find something for her. The girl thanked her teacher, holding a book with the title Hong Ting's 9 Paths for First Rank in his shaking hands. Yuan Dao tearfully thanked the teacher for his concern. He hugged the teacher tightly and lifted him up from the ground, saying that he was simply marvelous. He had adjusted the technique so well. Yuan told him he was too close, but he wouldn't let him go. The teacher gave him a corrected version of Hong Ting's 9 Paths. It was still not the Heaven's Path technique, but it was already much better than the original. Full of confidence and willingness, Jun Yang stood with the teacher in the same room. His strength had greatly increased after Huang's recommendation. The students were all sitting at their desks in the classroom, and their teacher was telling them that he had sorted out almost all of their individual recommendations. But success could not be achieved with mere words. But then, the front door of the classroom swung open because someone opened it with their foot and called out loudly to Jiang Huang. All the students turned around questioningly and looked at the person who burst in. Huang Ying was greatly surprised to see her brother. Wang Tao, 4th-ranked fighter, skin and bone refining. He was a guy with light brown hair that was gathered into a short ponytail on his head. He told Jiang Huang that he was cheating his disciples for his own profit. But how dare he drag his sister into it? He wants the man to stop being a teacher to Huang Ying and Zhao Yao and let them go now. Otherwise, he won't look at his title of teacher. His injuries will be his own fault. Huang Ying felt awkward and walked over to her brother. Huang said, interrupting his lesson. The guy grinned, asking, "Class, what could he teach with his skills? He's generally lucky to be well-mannered and call him teacher, so let him not fool around with him." Jiang Huang turned around to the guy and looked at him with an evil look. He ordered him to get out while releasing his tiger aura. The guy was taken aback, saying that it was the same aura as the elders. Could a 3rd-ranked guy have that kind of gaze? It's disgusting. It's disgusting to be afraid of a weakling like him. He grabbed the handle of his broadsword that was strapped behind his back and added, if someone found out he chickened out, what would happen to his part with his name? He pulled out his sword and jumped at the teacher, yelling at him to prepare to die. The sword was already next to the teacher. The latter easily intercepted its sharp edge with his index and middle finger. Huang Tao, as long as I looked at the teacher, asking, how is this possible? How could a 3rd-rank fighter be able to stop his attack with 2 fingers? Even some chakra opening masters couldn't do that. How could such a loser stop him? He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, shouting to the man that it was a coincidence, just a coincidence. Let him let go of his sword and they would fight a fair fight. But there was zero response to that. The teacher was not going to let go of his sword. The boy looked at the calm teacher whose eyes were closed. Huang Tao thought about how this was impossible. Is his strength a deception? It can't be. Last time he was tested, he was only at rank 3. Furthermore, even if he had strengthened, he should only be at the first stage of the 4th rank now. Jiang Huang silently began to twist his sword up and down, and Huang Tao was angry, his hands trembling. With a small movement, the man threw him outside, telling him to get out. At this time, Yao Han stood outside the wooden door and listened to Huang Tao shouting to Jiang Huang that he was going to die. The man thought that with so much noise, it seems like the guy will finally teach Jiang Huang a lesson. He will finally beg for mercy. The man opened the door a little, but at this moment, Huang Tao flew into it with his back, kicked it out, and together with the man, they were printed into the wall opposite. Jiang Huang shook out his hands, saying to the disciples, "This class continues." All of the disciples looked at their teacher in shock, thinking that this was a rank for supreme power. He had been defeated so easily. Is a teacher from the end of the ranking list capable of this? No. Did it mean that the teacher was hiding his strength? Holding their sore heads, Yao Han and Huang Tao climbed out from under the ruins. The man asked Mr. Huang Tao, didn't he want to teach Jiang a lesson? What happened? Smiling awkwardly, the guy replied that it was just that he had just used a new technique, but he was lucky since he hadn't fully mastered it. The man looked at the guy and asked, new technique, but he had exposed this guy, right? Huang Tao replied that he was going to, but the university has a strict rule not to interrupt classes, so they just need to wait. The man replied that was fine. Since they have some free time, he wanted to ask about something. The guy told him to ask, and he thought the important thing was that he stopped talking about Jiang. Yao Han asked, is there a female teacher in this university that has Bai in her name? Does she have any admirers? The guy hesitated and asked again, Does the name have a bi in it? He must be talking about Shinbaru, that's the local ideal of beauty. And the most obvious fan is Shangbin. But this Jiang Huang, this toad, was also running after her. The man thought to himself that now all he had to do was to find out that they really had a conflict, then he would be sure that it was him. Shangbin clarified to Chao Xiang, had Jiang Huang really deceived his disciple? The teacher with freckles on his cheeks replied that yes. That was why he addressed him as the grandson of the academy elder. Isn't he the one in charge of teaching? The mint-haired teacher slammed his fist on the table and replied that no, he would decide that himself. He had always wanted to teach this Jiang a lesson. In his mind, if he attacked him there, it would put him down in the eyes of precious Shinbaru, and now he had a good excuse. He stood from behind the table and told Chao Xiang to go with him because he might need his help. And if Jiang Huang doesn't wise up, they will make him a cripple. When the two teachers approached Jiang Huang's courtyard, they saw Wang Tao and Yao Han there. The mint-haired teacher asked the guy in a serious voice why he was here and not in training. The guy saw the teacher and explained that his sister had been tricked by a teacher and he was here to deal with it. Shangbin furrowed his brows and asked, "What? He dared to lie even to Madame Wang? Looks like he really needs to put his brain in place." The guy pointed at the man standing next to him and said that it was the assistant of Miss Zhao's family, Yao Han. His underlings had also been tricked. The teacher was even more surprised as he asked, "Has the Yao family been harmed as well? In that case, they should go together. They will teach that rascal a lesson." Meanwhile, Jiang Huang held a book in his hands that explained to his disciples that Hong Ting's 9-path system, although basic, had many flaws. At this time, the disciples were thinking that the teacher's lectures were indeed very enlightening. He can point out the flaws of even the most effective techniques. It is even shocking, all his words need to be thought about for a long time. Yang Ling thought that even his father is not comparable to teacher Zhang in teaching, this is impossible to describe. Huang tore his gaze away from the book and looked at the students. He thought, what was wrong with them? They were all looking at the teacher with loving eyes, saying how lucky they were to get to see him. Just then the door to their classroom opened again and all 4 of them walked inside. Zhang frowned his eyebrows and looked at them, wondering what teacher Shangbin and teacher Tao Xiang were doing here. The mint-haired man smirked and said that he did not expect Jiang Huang to stoop to cheating. He couldn't believe that he had cheated Miss Wang Yin and Miss Xiao Yao. Huang looked at them seriously and replied that if he had a matter for him, he would listen to it after class. Shangbin grinned and asked, "Really?" He walked right up to Jiang and said that he wanted him to let these disciples go right now. Otherwise, he would have to force him. He would definitely regret what he had done. Jiang Huang asked Shangbin what the latter was going to do. Doesn't Honorable Shangbin know that fighting between teachers is forbidden in Hongting? Slightly tilting his head to the side, the man replied that the rules of the university were created for order within these walls. But he was breaking it, so an exception could be made for his sake. Does he think there will be someone in the academy to stand up for him? Huang asked in response. Is he doing this because he was hurt by his words yesterday? Does he not think Shinbairu will be angry when he finds out about his behavior? Shangbin asked, does he really want to catch him doing this? In any case, he has already decided to teach him a lesson, so he doesn't care about such nonsense. Yao Han's eye widened because he realized that this man was a fan of Shinbairu, and he had a conflict with Jiang yesterday. He exclaimed that this man who hit him last night. Shangbin turned around and looked at the man without realizing yet. But exactly at this moment, he received a punch in the nose. Covering his face with one hand, he asked the man, what is he doing? Is he crazy? Why did he do that? Angry Yao Han said as if he himself didn't realize what he deserved. The young teacher shouted that he didn't care. If the man hit again, he would retaliate in the same way. He told him, don't you dare be rude to him. But then his eyes widened in fright because the man rushed at him and continued to hit him. A surprised Tao Xiang asked Huang Tao what was even going on. The guy spread his hands and replied that he didn't know. Then the teacher shouted for them to stop. And a satisfied Jiang Huang watched this and thought that just as he had planned, a fight had broken out. Trying to tear the man away from the teacher, Mr. Wang Tao told him to calm down and tell him what had happened already. The man lashed out and said to let him go. He wasn't done yet. Xiao Xiang was holding the beaten Zhang Bin, who was saying that he was in so much pain. That one was too strong. The red-haired teacher was telling him to calm down too. And the grandson of the elder shouted to the man that he would take revenge on him. This is when Jiang Huang told them enough. If they have a disagreement, please let them solve it not in his class. Otherwise, he will go to the education department. Zhang Bin stopped and thought about the fact that he was in too bad a state right now. No one should find out about this. He shouted that okay, but not everyone would get theirs yet. Walking out of Jiang Huang's class, Yuan Tao laughed and said that today's class was exciting. Xing Yang replied with a smile on his face that yes, it was. Especially the part with that teacher and servant of the Yao family. Yang Li added that also the real strength of teacher Jiang. It's a real revelation. Walking up to her uncle Yao, Xing Yao asked him, "What's wrong?" The man started to awkwardly make excuses. Wang Yin was the last to leave the courtyard waving to the teacher and saying see you later. Huang said goodbye to her as well. As soon as the girl crossed the threshold and her brother grabbed her hand, saying that now they were going home. The girl asked him why. She lives at school now, she doesn't need to go home. The guy replied that no, that was out of the question. She was going back in right now. Tears were protruding in the girl's eyes. Zhang Bin walked quickly down the open hallway, letting on that he was beaten up for nothing. This was a disgrace to him. Yao Han should have been with them. Tao Xiang was also home, replying that for sure. He and Zhang must be in on it. The grandson of the elder continued that exactly. He didn't do anything to Yao. He's sure that he attacked him because he wanted to teach Zhang a lesson. But then he abruptly turned to the red-haired teacher and asked that he was sure that Zhang was forcibly teaching Yang Li. Tao Xiang replied that yes, that is for sure. He is sure the boy was forced to stay there. Zhang Bin said that's great. Since he is so sure, let him formalize the application for the will detector right now. And let it not be raised a penalty to the minimum. This is the best way to put Zhang in his place. Tao Xiang grinned and replied that yes, in Wang family mansion. The man ordered Wang Ying to kneel down. The girl did so, looking guiltily at the floor. The man asked her if she realized what she had done. Did she realize who she had chosen to be her teacher? Doesn't she know that he is the worst teacher in the entire academy? The girl resisted, saying that teacher Zhang is actually not what he seems to be. The teacher is very talented. The man who had his back turned to the girl, clenching his teeth, asked, "Really?" The girl nodded her head with a dreamy smile, replying that yes. But her father immediately turned to her and shouted angrily that he was only capable of raising children to be trash like himself. Why did she think he was the right teacher for her? Father told Wang Ying that he didn't even think that she could have this kind of problem with her. Doesn't she know what her teacher's ranking is? Just then the door to their hall opened and 3 elderly men and a young boy walked in. The old men told her that she was just confused and should listen to the head of the family. Let her look at Wang Yang, the guy who stood behind their backs and showed off his muscles he had studied under Lucen. His strength had increased by 40% in just one lesson. The girl quietly said that with teacher Zhang, her strength had increased by more than 100% and he had cured her legs. One of the elders asked that even if the most famous healer invited by them and their family couldn't cure, how could some scum? The second secondary laughed and asked that increasing strength by 100%, also miraculously healing the leg. Let them not make him laugh. The third one told Mrs. Wang that even if she lies to cover up this liar, it won't get better. He had never been to his class, but he was sure that he was incapable of healing her leg. The girl clenched her fists tightly on her knees and then shouted loudly, "How can they talk like that about Teacher Zhang when they have never even met him once?" She refused to leave his classroom. The three elders froze and then laughed loudly. Her father looked at her indignantly and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. She would drop his class today. Otherwise, the doors to this house would be closed to her. The man shouted to the departing girl that if she walked out that door, she would never come back. She went to one of the columns and said it was a column for measuring power. If they didn't believe her words, she would prove it to them with actions. She struck the column with her fist and then her foot. The elders were surprised when they saw the number 120. They asked that wasn't her strength yesterday only 53, and her legs are working as they should, and the kick with them is 205. She pointed at the pillar and shouted that she wouldn't have achieved that if it wasn't for Teacher Zhang. Shocked, her father said, "He really did fix her legs." The girl replied that he did. The man asked her what the man was talking about in his lecture. The girl excitedly replied that she could tell him, but she didn't understand everything because Teacher Zhang was talking about two deep things. She remembered a little bit of it. After listening to the girl, the head of the family thought, impregnating the breath within her chi. How is it possible to so subtly train a mere first rank? This is a lecture from a true master of his craft. It's as if he's taking a new look at what he's already learned. If he had heard this in his time, who knows what he would have achieved now? The man loudly declared to his daughter not to leave this teacher for anything. And then he smiled and asked her to ask him if he could accept their other fighters. And if possible, he could be his apprentice too. The elders exclaimed, Wang Honggu, that he was the clan head. How could he become the disciple of someone with such a reputation? Would they also think of their family? The man awkwardly replied that yes. The elders then laughed and told the girl that she could see that they were not like the head of the family, ordinary old men. The other continued that they are not the face of the family. Could she ask if Teacher Jiang would take them as his disciples? Hearing this, Wang Hong exclaimed that they didn't have an ounce of shame. Wang Ying felt embarrassed. At sunset, coming to the library courtyard, Huang thought that although his skills had improved a lot, he still didn't know much about martial arts. He needs to learn now, otherwise he wouldn't be able to properly train his students. He walked up to the Honorable Mo and bowed to him. The old man asked him, had he really come again? The guy replied with a smile that he wanted to see some martial arts material. The old man answered him that not today. The guy asked in surprise, why? Teacher Shinbai came up the stairs and greeted the Honorable Mo, saying that she would take some books. The old man recognized her and told her to come in. The girl smiled brightly and thanked him. Stopping at the door, the girl heard Jiang Huang telling the elder that it was unfair. He and Teacher Shin have the same goal of reading a book. Why then is he not allowed to enter? The old man grudgingly replied that Teacher Shin is really seeking knowledge. What about him? Huang replied that he also wants to learn. The girl looked at him, thinking to herself, didn't he like her? Why didn't he speak to her, but as usual? She turned to Honorable Mo with a smile, saying that she was sure that Teacher Jiang had no evil intentions. Why wouldn't he let him in? Still, he has the same right to do so as all teachers. Honorable Mo said that since Teacher Shinbai insisted, he would let him in. But if he saw him disturbing the order again, he would be blamed. The old man looked at him sternly. Jiang Huang turned to the woman and smiled, thanking her. The woman replied that she was welcome. The guy opened the library doors saying that he would go first then. The girl froze because she thought he would take the opportunity to talk to her. Walking between the shelves of books, Hwang thought about how he didn't expect it to be this hard to get in here. Next time they would definitely not let him in. He looked around the library and thought that it wasn't that big. If he hurried, he could go through all the books in a day and he wouldn't have to agonize to get in here again. We need to get started soon. Honorable Mo heard the noise from the library again and became angry. He stood up from his bench, remembering that the boy had said he wanted to study. The old man entered the library and saw the lad walking quickly between the shelves, taking a new book and flipping through it. The elder thought about how he wished he knew what was on the kid's mind. The lad produced another book, the title of which was Methods of Planting Vines. The elder looked at it in surprise, thinking, is he really interested in how to plant grapes? What is he even looking for? The guy then took out a few more books such as Relationship Between Men and Women, Law of Yin and Yang, Treatment of Scurvy, Refining Textbook. The old man exclaimed that does he really take everything? He was angry again, thinking that as he expected. He was once again creating nonsense. When he comes out, he will teach him a lesson. Shunbai watched from afar as Hwang concentratedly leafed through the pages of yet another book. She wondered why Honorable Mo didn't want to let him in. Or maybe he knew she was coming to the library today and was trying to get her attention. She furrowed her eyebrows, deciding she wasn't going to let him run amok in the library. She walked up behind Teacher Zheng and angrily asked what he was doing. Turning the pages, he replied that he was reading. The woman hummed and crossed her arms over her chest, turning away from the man. That's what she said. Reading? Don't let him think he looks smarter or more attractive that way. She asked him to drop the act inside the library. She, Shinbai, doesn't like it at all. Hwang replied that he does. The girl said it's better that way. But when she heard that the rustling of the pages didn't stop, her eyes rounded because Hwang just walked on and continued leafing through other books. The girl got angry and shouted that didn't he understand what she said? If he continued on, he definitely wouldn't get her attention that way. But Hwang turned angrily toward her and asked if she was all right. If she has nothing better to do, let her go and draw circles in the corner. Let her leave him alone. The girl exclaimed shocked that did he really dare to talk to her like that? Then she looked at him seriously and said, okay, since he decided to play smart, they would see how long he would last. Standing with a book in her hands, Shinbai thought about the fact that she had been waiting for 6 or 7 hours. And this guy kept flipping through books. If he really wanted to get her attention, he would have stopped long ago. Slamming the book shut, Hwang thought about the fact that he had finally moved all the books to the Heaven's Path library. He had found a good training method that suited Zhao Yao. After putting the book back, he turned his head and saw Shinbai standing there with her back to him. He thought, it's already 7 o'clock and she's still here. He didn't care about her though. He had done what he wanted to do. It was time to go back. He crossed the threshold into the library, but then the Honorable Mo's cane appeared in front of him and extended it, telling him to stand. Honorable Mo told Teacher Xinghwan that he was now not allowed to enter this library. Let him not come back again, not too upset. Hwang asked why. The old man shouted, does he really hold him for a fool? He just stands and just flips through books, doesn't read, doesn't make notes. It's clear to everyone that he's spoiling himself. Is that what he calls reading? The boy smirked, thinking it pissed him off that he was reading too fast. But he doesn't need to go to the library anymore, so he doesn't care. He replied to the old man that okay, he's right, he needs to leave. No sooner had Hwang walked down the stairs than Shunbi called out to him, asking him to wait for a second. She walked out of the library and Hwang sighed and asked, what else? The girl smiled brightly and said he had read so much. She thought he should remember something. The guy turned to her and asked what she meant. Shunbi said that she had just seen him reading 8 Ways to Improve Medicines. So she wanted to ask something about the contents of the book. In her mind, she thought he was just pretending to read. They'll see how he gets out of it. With a disgruntled look on his face, Juan replied, okay. What exactly is she interested in? Just have him hurry up. He needs to get there in time for dinner. The girl continued to smile, and in her mind she was angry. Asking what kind of attitude was this, like she was begging him. She started to say that she didn't understand the phrase. If you use all the herbs separately, you may have trouble making the pills, so it's better to mix all the ingredients at once. Juan exclaimed that this was a mistake. The correct phrase would be, only the right order of adding the herbs will help you make good quality pills. The meaning of this phrase is that the ingredients should be added separately and in a specific order. And she initially misquoted it. Good thing she decided to clarify. The girl looked at him shocked. I think she purposely made a mistake in the phrase to test him. But how was he able to give the correct answer? It would be impossible to do so without reading 8 Ways to Improve Medicines. Did he really study it? Chinbai wanted to ask him how. But Honorable Mo interrupted her, telling her to wait. He was thinking about the fact that the 8 Ways to Improve Medicines was a baseline that had been mastered by more than one generation of medics. Even if you haven't studied this stuff, you can easily hear it from other sources. The old man said he also had a question. How does he understand the phrase qi travels through the body? The mind travels through the world? With an even more disgruntled face, Huang asked him that he understands that it's like 2 times 2 for a mathematician, right? It means that just as qi travels and fills the body, the mind travels the world. Fills it with knowledge and subdues it with skill. This phrase is from the treatise on Qi and Blood by Pak Ming. The book is in the 27th row, and one can read this fragment on page 69. From what he heard, the elder was speechless. He thought about the fact that an elder had asked him about it recently, but he couldn't answer. And even later, that old man couldn't find an explanation in the library. Stammering, the old man told teacher Shinbai that he needed to check. The girl said she would go too. Mo thought he didn't trust him, so he needed to double check. Walking over to the right place, the old man picked up a book that had about Qi and Blood written on it. Opening the right page, he thought, how did the one do it? He even memorized the location of the book in the page. The old man didn't find the answer. After turning the whole library upside down, he couldn't find this book. It's a rare and difficult book, but he read it too. From the street came a shout from Huang, who told the Honorable Mo that he had nothing to do here. He left. Shinbi turned around and called out to teacher Zhang, telling him to wait. She ran outside, and the old man collapsed on the floor. Wearily turned around thinking, is he really the worst teacher? If he really has such a teaching ability, why is he in last place? When the girl approached him, Huang asked unhappily, what's the matter? He's late for dinner. Bashfully smiling, Shinbi said that she hadn't eaten yet either. Annoyed Huang, she asked him a question. He replied, just don't let her say she wants to have dinner together. With a disgruntled expression on his face, he answered her that if she is hungry, then let her go eat. What was required of him? The girl thought about the fact that so many people invite her, but she refuses. And now she's giving him a chance. And him, how can he socialize like that with a pretty girl? Smiling awkwardly, she told him that she thought, what if they did it together? She would buy him lunch. Hearing about the free lunch, Zhang Huang immediately turned to her with a smile and replied that it was fine. But he's going to eat a lot, ordinary buns and pancakes won't be enough. Holding back, the girl said that was fine. The Library of Heaven's Path could see the disadvantages and advantages of techniques, and could read the opponent's abilities like a book. But was unable to reveal a woman's heart to Zhang Huang. He didn't realize that with just a few words, he had driven the first beauty of the university to the brink. The two of them were walking along a stone path through the bamboo forest. Walking ahead, the excited Shinbai thought about the fact that this guy had spent half a day with her but didn't say a word. She turned to him because she wanted to ask him something but froze when she saw green waves of energy emanating from the guy. She thought shockingly, what is this? Second rank mind power, the calmness of the waters. Martial artists develop in not only the body but also the mind. The higher the rank of mental strength, the greater the trainability. The greater the ability to perceive and process information. Shinbai thought that the mind was much harder to train than the body. It was difficult to subdue. Only the head of the academy had reached this rank of mind. Did it mean that his teacher's test results were fake? He did it to comprehend the second rank of mind with the help of other people's rebuke and bullying. She snorted, thinking that this was a real tiger in a pig's skin. She would definitely expose him. Unaware of the girl's speculation, Huan followed her and thought about being hungry. While they were walking, Jiang Huang suddenly felt something. Looking at his hands from which small waves of energy were emanating, he thought about the fact that he just thought that this was a beautiful place. But now he had obtained a second rank of mind. Clenching his fist contentedly, he thought that everything was correct. He had been reborn into a new life. Moreover, with his new training methodology, and here was a body filled with the purest qi, so it was no surprise. The two teachers walked up to one of the busy and crowded restaurants, which was a large two-story restaurant with light coming out of it. Looking at the restaurant a little shocked, Huang thought about the fact that he had always eaten in small restaurants and canteens, so he didn't expect her to bring him here. Then Shanbai thought that they would see how long he would pretend. They walked up to the entrance, holding a small pitcher and a cup. A smiling Tao Xiang told Shan Bingyu not to get so angry. He has already submitted a petition for the will detector. Tomorrow, the university will review it and Jiang will then be punished. Next time, together with Elder Shan's beast, Jiang would definitely be in trouble. The angry and swollen Shanbin slammed his fist on the table, saying that the heavenly lion was his grandfather's favorite. But it was unlikely that he would be able to control it. The red-haired man replied that it was not necessary. If they got him drunk and fed, it would be much easier. The waiter placed a hot-baked fish on the table and smilingly said their order was ready. If they need anything else, let them ask. Shanbin said that he had a lion standing in his backyard, so let them make sure he was fed as well. The waiter replied that yes, of course. Tao Xiang told teacher Shang that he heard that Hong Tin Pavilion is a very prestigious restaurant. Its owner is always cold to his customers. Why is he so kind now? The swollen man replied that the pavilion is so famous because its creator, Hong Hao, is a strong and powerful man. He doesn't know why he didn't become one of the elders of the academy, and they are so warmly welcomed because his grandfather was a good friend to Hong Hao. He is always welcome here. Tao Xiang laughed and replied that this is how it is. But then he turned his head, surprised, and told his friend to look. Isn't that Shanbin and Zhang? Looking at them, Shangbin exclaimed, asking what is she doing with this loser? He had invited her here so many times, but she wouldn't accept. He can't believe it. The red-haired teacher confirmed that it's a delusion of some sort. But he knows how to open Miss Shanbin's eyes and show her what a scumbag Zhang really is, and also raise Shanbin's authority in her eyes. The latter looked at him in surprise, asking hopefully, did he really have a plan? Zhang Huang put the chopsticks on the table and leaned back in his seat, contentedly, clutching his stomach and saying, this is delicious. It had been a long time since he had been so full, and Shanbin sadly thought about the fact that all he did was eat. He didn't pay any attention to her. She asked the waiter for the bill. He said with a smile that he hoped they enjoyed everything. That would be 1,280 coins. The smile fell off the girl's face and she asked, shocked, why so much? They had ordered for a maximum of 100 coins. The waiter with a smile pointed to the teapot on their table and said that this wine cost 1,200 coins. The girl said they didn't order it, they were just served this bottle. She thought it was free. The waiter raised one eyebrow unhappily, replying that it makes sense that one should pay for the wine. No. If they had wanted to, they would have inquired about the price. No need to blame them for their problems. The girl grimaced and said she didn't have that amount with her. If they put it on her account, she would return the money later. The waiter told her that if they couldn't afford it, then why did they order? Now they had to give the money back now. No one's gonna feed them for free. Someone came up to him and put a hand on his shoulder asking him what's going on here. What's all the commotion? It's not good to break discipline. The waiter turned around and saw teacher Shinbin. Smiling awkwardly, he replied that there is such an incident, these people have eaten but can't pay for their order. Shangbin indignantly told teacher Zhang that if he didn't have money, he shouldn't have pretended to have it. He is disgracing both himself and Miss Shinbai. And Huang looked at him unhappily and questioningly. Shangbin told the teacher that he had better stop. He didn't think that he could fall so low as to build himself up to be such a generous person. Smirking to himself, he thought about the fact that he had asked for Zhang to be served an overpriced drink that he wouldn't be able to pay for. And when he looked like a lowlife, he would come and save the beautiful Shinbai. Then Shinbai will definitely be his, 2 birds with 1 stone. That's a great plan. That's when the girl started and called out to teacher Shan. He happily turned to her and with a smile on his face was ready to listen to her. But the angry girl asked if he said she was being generous. Shangbin said fearfully, of course he told me about her. He was talking about teacher Zhang. He has no money and he treats you. This is a disgrace to the teacher. Zhang, standing behind him, coughed and said that it was not him treating but teacher Shinbai treating him. The man was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that Shinbai was giving him a treat. It's impossible. He invites her to dinner every day and she invited him? Shinbai asked gloomily. He said that he was saying she was pretending to be generous, right? For a teacher, it's a disgrace. She's a disgrace, isn't she? The man waved his hands, defending himself, saying no. He meant something else, something completely different. Tao Xiang whispered in his ear that it was even better. Let him pay her bill. Shangbin continued that he meant to say that teacher Shinbai's bill would be paid by him. He smiled, thinking that this would definitely calm the girl down. She seemed to like him already. But the girl replied that she didn't need it. She would pay it herself so she wouldn't pretend to be generous. She took out a small piece of jewelry, held it out to the waiter, and said that this jade pendant is worth at least 5,000 gold coins. She promises. Shangbin wanted to stop her, but she slipped the pendant into the waiter's hands, saying that she would leave it as collateral and then redeem it later. The man turned to Tao Xiang and worriedly said that things were not going according to plan. What should he do now? The red-haired man didn't know what to answer. Jiang Huang calmly said that there was no need to pledge such a valuable item. This food is not worth that much. He stood up, walked over to her, and sheltered her from the waiter, saying that she was giving him money for cheating her so viciously. The waiter got angry and replied that their restaurant is a prestigious and honest place. What kind of cheating is he talking about? After saying that, they would definitely not get away with it. Shangbin smirked and said that the owner was pissed off. Tao Xiang added that now Jiang will not be happy. And Shanbai looked at teacher Jiang in surprise, thinking why would he say such a thing? This restaurant is too influential. Why would he want to get in trouble? Jiang Huang calmly looked at the restaurant owner and said, since he said that, he will say why he is so displeased. For example, fragrant bear meat and violets. You have to marinate the bear meat and violet extract for 3 days to make it. But they only marinate it for half a day and then roast it to make the flavor at least somewhat similar. The extract didn't soak into the meat at all. So ordering such a dish is throwing money down the drain. Other diners began to gather around. Someone asked what was going on here. They answered that it was still unclear. It looked like they were being cheated. And one went on to say that the Honghu guppies they are passing off as wild are actually captive bred. You can tell by the small and thin fins and tail. The waiter looked at the guy angrily, thinking about the fact that he was substituting all these foods behind the boss's back. But it's hard to notice even a professional foodie. How could he? He pointed his finger at the guy and shouted what kind of nonsense he was talking about. It's just a coincidence. He needed hard evidence. Meanwhile, he thought to himself that he couldn't admit it. Otherwise, the restaurant's reputation would be ruined. One did not hesitate, took a small kettle of wine and said that if this wine is really so valuable, it is not a waste to pay 1,200 coins for it. He started pouring the contents onto the floor. And the waiter at this moment was thinking fearfully that no, he wouldn't dare. The guy took out a burning wick and threw it into the wine. It caught fire and a horrible smell spread throughout the restaurant. Everyone started covering their noses and mouths saying, "What is that stench? How can it stink like that?" Pointing his hand at the fire, one said that it really tastes like drunken immortality. If one drinks it, it's beneficial. But in this bottle, it's only harmful to them. And this stench is the best proof of that. Hearing all this, the visitors started yelling and screaming at the owner, telling him to give the money back. And the man stood there looking at the floor thinking, how did this even happen? Didn't they say that guy was just a loser? And how could he have figured out all his tricks? Is he a professional chef? That's terrible. If the bosses find out about this, he's finished. If it wasn't for those two today. Shangbin looked at his comrade and excitedly asked, what even happened? Tao Xiang replied that he didn't understand himself. Shangbin asked the man what is happening to him. And the man got very angry, turned to the teachers and told them to get out. The two of them, let them get out of here. And for him not to see them again. Shangbin asked his friend, is he crazy? Tao Xiang pulled him towards the exit, replying that he thought they should really go. With a smile on his face, Xiang Huang told Shinbai that he didn't think they would get the bill. He motioned for her to leave and she nodded. Looking at the trailing Jiang leaving, she thought that he was really good. He easily determined the quality of the dishes. Maybe he did so poorly on the teacher's test because he was developing his culinary skills. Smirking, Huang thought to himself that it was good that the Heaven's Path Library was also able to determine the flaws of dishes when tasting them. Shinbai caught up with Jiang outside and thanked him for saving her today. With a satisfied smile, he replied that he didn't have to. The girl said that they didn't get a quiet dinner this time. She would invite him again. The guy was shocked. He looked at her and started waving his hand saying he shouldn't. Really, he was full for days ahead. He thought about how it was nice to eat with a beautiful girl, but he just didn't have time to fight off all her suitors. The girl looked at him unhappily, thinking it was like she was inviting an old grandfather to dinner. Huang waved his hand and with a smile on his face said that it was good that they had only eaten together and nothing more. And now he had to go, there were still things to do. Just then there was a shout behind them that called out to Jiang Huang and told him to stand where he was standing. He would not leave this place today. It was Shangbin who was rolling up his sleeves. Shinbai turned to him fearfully and asked what was he up to. The man answered her to move away because this was only between him and teacher Jiang. He pointed his hand at the guy and loudly stated that if he thought he was a man, let him stop hiding behind the woman's back and let him fight him. with a clearly disgruntled and tired look. Huang asked, "What's wrong with hiding behind a woman?" This is what he calls conflict resolution. What's wrong with hiding behind a woman to calm the insolent men? These words were like a knife to Shangbin's heart. He exclaimed that things had gone wrong again. He's also making excuses. Huang turned around, waved his hand and asked Teacher Shinbai to take care of these two. He has some things to do. He's leaving. To himself, he thought to himself, are they serious? He's a migrant, what he's been through. Did they really want to provoke him with this? He doesn't care about what they say at all. From what he heard, the girl's mouth fell open not knowing what to say. And Shangbin once again shouted to Jiang Huan to stand where he stands. He will die today, or he is not Shangbin. He shouted loudly, summoning the heavenly lion. A large lion slowly came out of the dark alley and stopped behind Shangbin's back. The man told him to kill the guy, and if he did, he would feed him deliciously every day. He would even give him the pill his grandfather had promised him. Shinbai went up to him and asked him, what is he doing? Killing a teacher is the most horrible offense. This is anticipation. The man eye narrowed and he told the girl that Teacher Jiang was trying to kill him. And the lion was just defending his master and struck a particularly strong counterstrike. It was only self-defense. Who would say anything against him? He then shouted to the lion, asking what was he procrastinating about? Let him do it. The lion roared loudly and rushed forward. Watching this, the girl called out to Jiang loudly and fearfully. The huge animal ran up to the guy. Shinbai's legs wouldn't hold her and she collapsed on the ground, covering her mouth with her hand and thinking that it was all her fault. Looking at the lion in front of him, Shangbin asked, what's the silence? Is it finally dead? Here he started laughing loudly, saying that he was dead and there was no fixing it. But a frightened Tao Xiang called out Jiang Huang's name and asked, what is this? The annoyed Shangbin said that this time, everything definitely went according to plan. What is he panicking about? Tao Xiang pointed his finger forward, replying that no, it was not like that. Let him look over there. The man kept saying that it was nonsense. He was definitely a dead man. And turning his head, his jaw almost dropped. He asked loudly, what? In front of them stood Jiang Huang, who was smiling and scratching the head of the obedient lion. Shangbin shouted that this can't be happening. What the hell is going on here? Clutching his head, he thought that the celestial lion was his grandfather's pet. It was very proud and stroppy, getting angry even when he just touched it, let alone stroking its head. Why does he flock to Jiang like a faithful dog? He shouted angrily at the sky lion, asking what was he doing? Let him kill him now, just let him kill him, and then he'll buy him whatever he wants. But the lion didn't listen to him and continued to play with the boy. Huang gave the man a displeased look and said to the lion, it's the one who is so noisy, let him shut him up. The lion immediately turned its head towards Shangbin and looked at him angrily. The man asked, what was he up to? The animal leered at him and struck him with its paw, causing the man to fly off and hit the wall. Chao Xiang immediately ran to him, asking how is he? Is he all right? With tears in his eyes, the man thought, what is going on here? He is his grandfather's pet, no respect at all. The animal returned to Jiang again. The man patted his head, saying that he did everything right. A surprised Shinbai asked Teacher Jiang how he did it. He thought for a moment, then stroked his chin and said that this celestial lion was very cooperative. Although maybe he thought he was handsome. The girl looked at him irritably, thinking about the fact that this was a celestial lion. And if there was anyone he would respect willingly, it would be another male celestial lion. Besides, Shangbin is definitely prettier than him. Huang happily waved his hand and told the girl who was still sitting on the ground that they would see each other again. He then told the Sky Lion that he should go home too. He turned around and walked off, thinking about how he didn't realize the library even worked for beasts. This lion had quite a few flaws, so it was easy to tame him. Shinbai stood up and told Jiang to stand. He still hadn't explained why the lion was obeying him. Huang looked at her exhaustedly, called her big sister and said that he wanted to live a long life. But next to her, trouble kept following him around. Just let him go. Xiao merged and yelled at him, asking what kind of big sister is she to him. He himself is big sister. No, his whole family is big sister. Huang made a cute face and said, okay, he is a big sister, so let him go already. Looking at him, Shinbai laughed and replied that fine. Let him go, meet tomorrow, same restaurant. Wu Chou, the waiter, was sitting on his knees in front of a man who was asking him how he dared. He was changing the ingredients of the dishes for profit. Wu Chou was on his knees, making excuses that it might be his fault. But that guy was much worse. He said this in front of everyone, not hiding the fact that he didn't respect him at all. The old man who was sitting in a wide-backed wooden chair slammed his fist on the armrest. He had gray hair and a gray beard. He shouted that this is nonsense. Did he think no one would ever notice his solution? And he wouldn't disgrace his establishment with it. He's got 5 days to restore the good name of his establishment. Then he will forgive his deception or else he will die. The man then added, asking who is this guy? Who gave him the right to publicly insult Hongchen restaurant? With a look of horror on his face, Wu Chou replied that it was the last ranked teacher, Jiang Huang. The old man clenched his fist, causing the ring on his thumb to burst. In his thoughts, he asked, did this brat dare to defame the reputation of his restaurant? The next day, Jiang Huang walked around the university campus, sighing and holding his head. He thought to himself, what a lot of trouble. He never thought that one dinner could bring so much trouble. Okay, he has other important things to do. For example, he needs to figure out how to advance to rank 6. No ordinary teacher can just access information about the rank of opening chakras. You can only get a copy of these documents with the permission of the elders. But the last time he was tested, he only had rank 3. If he made this request now, he would simply become a lab rat. But if he remembered correctly, Tianxian City sold many useful items, including guides on growth techniques. If he could flip through them, it would solve a lot of problems. He decided to go see if his guesses were correct. Tianxian Shopping District. Walking through the wide streets, Huang thought about the fact that it was so lively here. But he didn't remember anything about this place. This guy was just an ordinary teacher with a threadbare salary, so it's not surprising. There are so many things for sale here, but he doesn't remember what they're for. He decided to see if the library would help him. He walked over to one of the counters where there were various trinkets and boxes. A young guy, who turned out to be a salesman, cheerfully asked if he was looking for something. His wares are quality and sure to please him. He vouched for it, taking one round bell in his hands. Huang said with a smile that he would take a look. The guy told him that this bell was made by a true master. It has an unusual effect and for only 50 coins. Once in the library of the Heavenly Path, Huang was pleased with what he had gotten. He read that it is a bell that causes dizziness when exposed for long periods of time. Effective against rank 1 fighters made in Qingyun's workshop. He walked out of the library and the guy told him that if he wanted, he could sell it at a discount, for only 20 coins. Huang thought about it being made by a real master, of course. Qingyun's workshop specializes in making fakes, and not of particularly good quality. With the Heaven's Path library, he didn't have to worry about buying a fake. He asked the vendor if they had the ice sun grass. The guy cheerfully said not to let the guy think he was bragging, but he had great luck. He's the only one in the entire market that sells this herb. He pointed to the side and said there were 2 boxes with 5 plants in each. The top box was open, and there were 5 small flowers on a white cloth, and the stem of one of them was curled up. The seller said 100 gold coins per plant. How much does he need? Huang replied that he would have to look at it first. After touching the flower he was in the library, he realized it was really her. The guy wasn't lying. It grows on top of the mountains, but it likes sunlight, so it contains a lot of spiritual energy. The combination of hot and cold, yin and yang, is the perfect medicine for Zhao Yao's blocked points. But Tu Jiang Huang noticed the 5th flower and asked, "Why is one of the stems dried up? Did he keep it in the wrong conditions?" The guy waved his hand, asking with a smile, "What nonsense? He's made a career out of this grass, he knows how to handle it. This stock was originally like this even when he harvested it. If he wants, he can give it away for half price, only 50 coins. This twisted flower, Huang read in the library of the heavenly path that this stem is the progenitor. It is indeed him. The medicine from such a one is twice as valid as that from an ordinary stem." If the seller realized this, he feared the price would be greatly increased. Huang said with a smile that he would take this one, let them pack it for him. He realized that with this herb, the problem would be solved much faster, and he also wouldn't need any other ingredients. The guy bagged the plant, said he was ready, held out his palm and said 50 coins per guy. Huang replied that was fine. But slipping his hand into his pocket, he cursed. Realizing that with this library, he had completely forgotten about money. The guy that was in this body before him was the worst in the academy. And after his low scores in the teacher's tests, they cut his salary even more. He doesn't even have 10 coins in his pocket, let alone 50. Salesman asked him what's wrong, pulling out a few coins in his palm. One awkwardly asked if he could sell him this stock for 8 coins. The guy slammed the table, called him insolent and asked, "Is he kidding me? Sure, the stem isn't of the highest quality, but he still risked his life to get it. He wants to value his life at 8 coins. He doesn't have time for jokes." Juan waved his head and said sadly that he wasn't joking about him either. Then he smirked and asked if he was sure he wouldn't sell it. The vendor held a box of the plant in his hand and shouted that it was nonsense. Sure, the stem isn't of the highest quality, but it still has medicinal properties. At most, it's worth 30 or 40 coins. 8 coins? Is he kidding me? Let him get out of here or he'll call the guards. Juan said with an awkward smile that there's no need to call security. He's really interested in buying it. He doesn't have any money, but he's not a thief. Maybe he'll give it to him for free. The boy looked at the teacher in shock and wondered if he was sure he had everything at home. He came here with no money, so he expects gifts. The salesman leaned his hand on the table and asked with a smirk, did he really think he would accept it? He would give it to him for free if he could call him a sage. One replied that there was no need to call him that, but the man doesn't believe him, let him hit him. The guy reached out his hand to Zhang Huang, and the guy realized that he had the 3rd rank. He angrily grabbed Huang by the collar and pulled him to him, saying that he was bullying him. He'd seen psychos, but never yet had they wished for death, and he was sure to nail him, let him believe it. Juan calmly told him not to get so annoyed. If he's not mistaken, he's from Pingyi. The guy was surprised, thinking about Pingyi being a small settlement next to Tianxian City. How did he realize that? He asked the teacher how he guessed it. The one replied that it didn't matter at all how he knew it. What was much more important was that 6 months ago, he had been bitten by a cold bamboo snake in the Tianxian forest. He managed to survive, but his kidneys were damaged due to the bite. He became impotent. The salesman shocked at Huang's insight, thinking about the fact that 6 months ago in the Tianxian forest, he had indeed been bitten by a cold bamboo snake. But how did he know that if he only said it to that girl in the brothel? And Zhang Huang, he asked, wasn't he right? If he lied, he would just turn around and leave. But he would never be able to feel like a man again. And don't let him say later that he didn't warn. The guy immediately held out his hand to him, telling him to wait. He asked hopefully if the man really knew how to help him. If he knows the cure, please let him help him. He will be able to take whatever he has on his counters for free. Zhang Huang replied that eye from the cold bamboo snake freezes the organs when it enters the body. This is a fact. Medicine is useless here. For this reason, people often amputate limbs. Even the most skillful alchemists can do nothing. But here's the strange thing. Despite the chilling properties of this snake's body, its bile has a warming effect. He just needs to absorb it. This will completely cleanse his body of the foreign cold, and he will become a man again. The vendor looked at him in surprise, asking, "What is the need to eat the bile of the cold bamboo snake? Is it that simple?" Huang said he saw these snakes in the same stall. If he doesn't believe him, he can buy it and try it right now. The guy turned around and said no, he has one snake, let him wait here. He opened a drawer out of which emerged a small green snake with yellow eyes. He cut it from the torso in the right place, took out the red bile and put it in his mouth. He felt something and was shocked. He fell to his knees in front of the teacher and thanked him for his help. He could feel like a man again. All this ice sun grass is his. Zhang Huang smiled and said that he told him that he would give it to him for free. The guy stood up and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that he was sorry for not recognizing him as a talented person at first. He asked for forgiveness. Huang replied that he shouldn't. Two guys passing by were discussing about Master Mo Yang being here. One of them said that they had a chance to get his invaluable advice. If he was lucky, he would definitely make his way to him, no matter what the price was. It was a pity they missed the chance last time. Huang asked the salesman what was going on there. He turned around and said that Master Mo Yang had arrived. He's just a great appraiser. Huang thought about the fact that for as long as he could remember, it's a specific profession like gourmet, and they are valued about the same. But to follow the advice of an appraiser or not, it's kind of like gambling. You never quite know if you're going to be lucky or not. Treasure betting. It's like betting with gems in his world. Someone will get a fake and someone else will get a valuable artifact. With the Library of Heaven's Way, he doesn't need luck at all. He just needs to touch the item and he'll realize everything. This is definitely a way to get rich. He waved his hand at the vendor, saying that he would leave the herb with him for now. He would come and get it later. The man told him that was fine. Let him not worry about it. A huge crowd gathered in front of the man. Everyone was shouting, waving, and asking him to help. One woman said that if he would help her, she would do whatever he said. Others asked for direction. One elderly old man asked the foreman to just tell him if it was worth his money, and then he would pay him. The master turned out to be an elderly man with a thin long mustache. He said with a smile on his face that Mo would be leaving here tonight, but he wanted to thank them for the hospitality they had shown him. He will give advice to the 5 people tonight. They don't need to fight if he is meant to help them, then so be it. Behind him there was a table not far away, on which various items were spread out. Standing by the table was Jiang Huang, who was looking at them in thought. In front of him was a blue vase with a thin long neck and 2 handles. From the library he read that it was a decorative vase made by an artisan in Qingyun. Defects, cracks cover the piece, could collapse at any moment. Huang thought about the fact that this thing looks impressive, but honestly it's just junk. Just as he thought, with a single touch he can find out detailed information about everything. The prices here are terribly overpriced. The people were frustrated asking the master if he was really leaving tonight. Why doesn't he stay a few more days? Why is he leaving? Frowning his eyebrows, the old man replied that he had more business to attend to. He will add 5 more. As they know, searching for treasures among the trash is a difficult activity that requires concentration. 10 was his limit. Several young boys shouted from the crowd that they were willing to pay him to help them. The appraiser sternly replied that this was nonsense. He's been practicing his craft for a very long time, and if he wanted to capitalize on it, he'd do it without them. Let him think it would be easier for him to buy back the treasure himself and sell it for a higher price. The boys lowered their heads guiltily, saying he was right. The appraiser continued that the reason he helps them is because of their gratitude and light emotions. Money is water to him. All that has value is emotion, friendship. If someone talks about money again, he will not help them. A man in the crowd said the master was right, they were stupid. A woman added admiringly that the master's aspirations were so lofty. Someone said that he never thought about it, but the master changed his mind. Mo Yang said that before he helps them, he needs to say. The appraiser could only increase the chance that they wouldn't get a fake, but they couldn't get a full guarantee of success. But as long as they were with him, he would help them. No sooner had he asked which one of them would go first than everyone started raising their hands and shouting what they wanted. The appraiser pointed at someone in the crowd and said with a smile that they would start with the old man. Mo Yang walked over to the table with the items and said that he would use his technique to figure out which one was worth their attention. He pointed his hand at the table, saying that they could buy this decorative vase from the end of the Koban period, which was worth a lot of money. An old man with a chest in his hand stepped forward and asked if it was a Koban period vase. The appraiser replied that it was. The crowd began to say that it looked really impressive. This old man was really lucky. Zhang Huang, who was watching from the sidelines, thought. Wasn't it the one he had just inspected? This is an ordinary vase from Qing Yun's workshop. The old man held out his trunk to the appraiser, saying that it was as a token of his appreciation and asked him to accept it. Mo Yang thanked him in return. And the teacher thought that he couldn't be wrong, right? But then he was in the library and he asked in surprise. What was the one using a martial technique? A book flew to him. He opened it and read that Yan Mo was originally an apprentice appraiser, moonlighting as an informer in the Luju kingdom, eventually making his way into artifact appraisers. Martial techniques. A seductive entry-level voice clouds people's minds with words, convincing them of the greatness of the master of the technique. Walking out of the library, Zhang Huang looked at the appraiser in surprise and thought that this guy really looked refined and highly moral. Even him, he had been cheated by him. If there are scammers, then there are also their victims. This seemed to be the majority of the crowd. Turning around and walking away, Huang calmly exhaled, thinking that it was good that he didn't need any help. At this moment, Mo Yang said that the last lucky person would be the young man, and pointed his hand at Huang. The guy turned around, looked at him, and asked if it was him. The historian answered him that yes, he meant him. Huang thought, this place is full of his crazy fans, why did he pick him? The guy replied that he appreciated his kindness, but he didn't need his help. The appraiser was surprised and asked, he doesn't need it. The guy doesn't know what to choose, but he won't let him become a beggar at such a young age. Is he sure he doesn't need his help? May he not let his kindness go to waste? And in the crowd, one man said that if he did not need it, let him give that right to him. Others said the master chose him and he refuses, surely he is sane. He's insane. They have been following him for a long time. He goes around and touches all the artifacts, maybe he is a thief. Zhang Huang waved his hands and replied with a smile. He really didn't need this. He thought that if he listened to him, he would be left with no money. Mo Yang kept telling him not to be in a hurry to refuse. It's not easy for a small house person to accumulate capital quickly, and he's giving him this opportunity. His good heart can't let him spend a lot of money on scrap metal or other trash. The crowd once again began to say that Master Mo Yang is so kind. It is because of his kind-heartedness that he has become their idol. From that day on, they are sure that the one to worship is Master Mo Yang. The appraiser turned his back to the guy, closed his eyes and twirled his mustache with his hand. He said he knew he wanted it, no need to say no. Grinning, Wang interjected, "Does he really know what he wants?" The appraiser replied that he did. The guy must think he has a great chance to get the treasure but won't be able to protect it. After all, the likelihood that it will be wanted forcibly taken away is so great. Wang's face twisted in a disgruntled grimace, and he thought about how terribly self-loving this man was. Wouldn't be able to protect? How could anyone even think of such a thing? Why the hell had he chosen him? Mo Yang turned to the crowd and said that he had chosen this young man, and whatever treasure he got, he hoped they wouldn't pick on him or else none of them would take a chance on him. Otherwise, he would consider it an insult in his direction, and he would be merciless. People started talking. How could they go against him? It's okay, they would never do such a thing. The evaluator told the guy to rejoice if he gave him the last place, then it is his destiny. He believes in karma, and so he's giving these treasures to them completely gratuitously, only with good intentions. Huang was starting to get angry and clenched his fists. The old man went on to say that there was no need for the guy to be stubborn. Just let him buy this one, and he guaranteed he wouldn't regret it. He pointed with his hand to the stone on the table. He then looked at the salesman and told him to calculate how much it would cost. The man told the young man that it was only 30,000 coins. From the crowd of cheering people told him to buy faster. Rejoice, because when he buys it, he'll have a fortune. This young man will earn so much, it must be one of the most precious things. And Huang asked irritably, will he earn a lot, buy it faster? He started yelling for them to earn it themselves and be happy. If he wants to cheat people, he picked the wrong person. He doesn't believe him one bit. He said he doesn't need it. Why is he pretending to be a benefactor? Who does he think he is? One guy in the crowd asked unhappily. What did this guy dare to say to Master Mo Yang? Another said that the master was so kind to choose him and he treats him like this. The appraiser shockingly asked the guy, what did he say? He furrowed his eyebrows and added that it seemed to him, or was there a misunderstanding between them? One also grudgingly asked, a misunderstanding? Is he just going to pretend like that and pretend that he doesn't know what he's talking about? He is deceiving ordinary people, so let him stop acting like he is better than him. Mo Yang exclaimed that he was insolent. He got his qualification 30 years ago, and he has been helping people all this time. He has always been honest and solving other people's problems. No one had ever called him a liar before. From the crowd, they started shouting again that Master Mo Yang was honestly helping people. How could he accuse him of lying? A woman shouted that this ungrateful, insolent man just wants to die. Did one think to himself that he qualified 30 years ago? Does he even have any sense of shame? The appraiser turned his back on the guy again and said that he was lucky that he was an extremely kind person. And if he apologized, he would forget about his offensive words. Grinning, one replied that his words were very easy to verify. Let them just reveal what this rogue had just sold them, and they would realize it all for themselves. Mo Yang looked at the guy in surprise and replied that it would take at least half a day to clear the artifacts that he advised these people. But like he said, he has urgent matters, he can't wait that long. Is he saying that he's using his busyness as an excuse to type earlier because he'll be ashamed of his deeds? One thought about that, as expected of a professional liar. Had thought of an escape route in advance and told him about it so it wouldn't look like an escape from the consequences. One guy in the crowd shouted that if he claims that the master is a fraud, then he himself has knowledge in this craft. Let him demonstrate. Mo Yan immediately grinned evilly and added that right. Just like this gentleman said, he must have done quite a bit of appraisal research himself since he manages to insult him. Then he would give him a chance. Let him pick out one artifact, and if it has value he won't seem so unsubstantiated. One gave us the man a surprised look and asked if he really wanted him to choose the treasure himself. Then he grinned and replied that he agreed. He thought about the fact that with the Heaven's Way library, if he called him the second appraiser in the world, there wouldn't be a person anywhere who would dare to call himself the first, and he wants to compete with him. He asked the seller with a smile if he could pay for the artifact after polishing when its true price was clear. The man with the red beard replied that there was no way. One must pay up front, a rule made to ensure that there would be no liars who would refuse to pay if the value of the item did not recoup its original cost. Mo Yan intervened, telling the seller to let him pay, and as it suits him. He would pay for him if he won, and if not, the guy would just apologize like he said. With a smile on his face, Juan waved at the appraiser, saying that he wouldn't refuse to help and thanked the master. A shocked Mo Yan thought that this guy was terribly rude, not an ounce of shame. Zhang Huang walked over to the table and looked at one of the stones. He thought about the fact that he had already examined it. If it wasn't for the lack of money, well, since the very one it offered, he wouldn't refuse. He took the pebble and tossed it to the seller, saying he had chosen this one. He offered to clear it here in front of people so no one could accuse him of lying. The vendor hesitated, but Mo Yan irritably told him to just do as he said. He doesn't know anything anyway. As the salesman sat down at the machine, Mo Yan slyly thought about how the man said it after cleaning it. He provided him with small pebbles because they are all ordinary roadside stones. The little guy hasn't grown up yet to say anything in their direction. After cleaning it, a green stone appeared in the seller's hands. Someone exclaimed that it was Linluan stone. Shocked looking at the stone, one guy said that it was the main material for making ghost armor. Another added that each one is worth a fortune. They are extremely rare. Holding the jewel in his hands, the seller thought, was this Linluan really lying by the roadside? The crowd began to interject each other. How much could the base material for such a strong armor be worth? Someone replied that this stone was so big and apparently unadulterated. He thought around 100,000 coins. Hearing this, Huang smirked slyly and thought, 100,000? No way. That's a fortune. Covered in sweat, Mo Yan said that he was just lucky. It didn't mean anything. He immediately turned around and said that he still had important things to do. Huang asked him what was the rush. He had another question. Mo Yan looked at him unhappily and asked, "What is it?" The guy pointed at the old man who was holding vase. The old guy asked, "What's going on?" The guy told him that if he was not mistaken, that guy paid 80,000 coins for this vase and it was made in Qingyun. It's just an ordinary decorative vase and it's also all cracked so it can break easily. The old man shockingly asked, "Is he joking?" The master recommended it to him. Huang said with a smile, if he didn't believe him, let him just lightly press the thinnest part. The old man was confused and the guy told him not to worry. If it was a valuable artifact, it wouldn't get hurt and the junk would break right away. When the old man touched the thin part of the neck, the vase immediately crumbled in his hands. The crowd began to ask in shock, "Is this really trash? How is this possible? It couldn't be. How did this young man realize?" Huang grinned and asked, "How is that possible?" He suggested asking Mo Yang himself. If he's right, then he and the kiosk seller are colluding and they're selling their wares using fake popularity. Under the guise of gratuitous advice, they get scammed and buy junk for huge sums of money. The guy smiled and innocently asked Master Mo Yang, "Did he say everything right?" A blond man said frustratedly that if you think about it that way. He seemed to have heard of some Rogamo from Luzhu. The brunette next to him exclaimed that his name was Yang Mo and he was an informer in that family. The other guys who were holding big rough stones in their hands asked, "What do you get? All the stuff they bought is fake, there's no such thing." An agitated Mo Yang pointed his finger at the guy and told them not to listen to this youngster. Even an experienced appraiser can be wrong, this is just one slip-up. One guy threw his rock on the floor and it shattered into shards. He angrily said it was just a pile of rocks. He spent 60,000 coins on ordinary stones. They started yelling at the appraiser that it was fake, just a waste of money. They were all fooled, Master Mo Yang really is a fraud. The guy started to approach the old man and the one who was frightened, excitedly started to say that he was the one who could explain. He has a lot of things to do right now. One of the guys asked, why can't he answer for his words? Mo Yang said that if he doesn't speak the good way, they will make him speak the bad way. The crowd pounced on the man and started hitting him, kicking and screaming to beat the liar to death. He had deceived them and now he would die. Quietly leaving from there, Zhang Huang thought about the fact that their world is huge. And as long as there are deceivers in it, there are also deceived people. He understands this pattern. So if Master Mo Yang hadn't targeted him, he wouldn't have interfered either. Zhang Huang walked up to a building that had a signboard that read yellow speech, Huang Yu Bookstore. This bookstore might have the rank 6 reference book he needed. He would check it out. He was greeted by a young blonde woman whose hair was gathered into a high hairstyle. She said hello and asked if he was here to buy or read. In response, he asked if they had any materials about the 6th battle rank. The girl interjected, about the 6th combat rank? He must be joking. Their store is quite small and such materials require a specialty. There are only books on the 1st ranks. He asked then could she please suggest where such books could be found? The girl hesitated and said that it requires special rights. Some big people could collect the materials he needed. He asked cheerfully if she knew any collectors he needed. The girl smiled and replied that she knew someone. However, he was a very unusual person. If he's in a good mood, he might even let him take some books home to you for a couple days. But if he's in a bad mood, he can't even cross the threshold of the house. Huang asked, are there really such people? Could she please tell him where to find one? The girl replied that she would also go and personally take him there. He thanked her with a smile. They walked down the crowded street. Huang asked what she said, that the man had a big library. The girl replied with a smile, that of course. He is known as one of the smartest people in the kingdom. He even taught Shunjui himself. This elder, Lu Shen, hates being windy. He had better try not to appear frivolous to that one, or he would definitely not be able to borrow a book from him. And when it comes to borrowing the book, it will only be his business. Let him leave her out of it. Huang replied with a smile to the girl not to worry, he understood her. The girl went on to say that Thoth prefers obedience in response to everything he says, so just let him nod. Thoth may be conservative in some matters, but there is nothing critical about it. The girl said that this is Mr. Lucian's house. They walked up to a simple wooden gate. Jiang Huang asked if the emperor's teacher lived here. The girl explained that the emperor had insisted on a richer house for his teacher several times, but he had always refused. Just then, a young boy rode up on a white horse and addressed you, saying what a coincidence that she was also here. The girl grudgingly replied that her name was Huang Yu, and they weren't close enough for him to call her by any other name. The girl knocked on the door. The guy got off his horse and said with a smile that considering their relationship, the address didn't matter. The girl asked him if he too had decided to visit Mr. Lucian today. But the guy turned to Jiang Huang, so he wouldn't even think of courting this girl because she is his. Huang Yu replied that it is not certain yet. She is afraid that he will be disappointed. The guy replied to her that then they will wait and see. He grudgingly pointed his hand at the teacher. asking what kind of person is that anyway? Why does she take just anyone here? The girl turned her head away, saying it was none of his business who she came here with. The guy asked frustratedly, why is it none of his business? He doesn't care who he is, but don't let him even dare lay a finger on this girl. The girl sighed, telling him to just back off and get away from her. Jian Huang intervened in their conversation, sternly saying that he was afraid. The one was wrong about him. He has nothing to worry about. The girl looked at Juan in surprise and asked if he knew who he was. How dare he talk to him like that? Grinning, Juan said he didn't care. The girl leaned towards him, saying that he was the only son of King Jingnan's King Bison. King Jingnan is one of the powerful people in Tianquan, and if anyone offends his son, he will make his life a living hell. Huang froze, asking if she could say it again, and thought to himself, the owner of this body before him is even from this world. Why doesn't he remember anything at all? Looking at Huang fearfully, Huang, you thought, doesn't he know King Jingnan? If this ignorant man said something wrong, she would be in trouble. At this moment, the door behind their backs opened. The prince asked Chenbo, taking them to the master. The elderly man who opened the door for them recognized them. He asked them to follow him into the living room. Walking along the path through the courtyard, Huang said that the courtyard was like a concise ink painting. Everyone turned to him in surprise, asking if he was an artist. The boy smiled and replied that he wasn't. It was just a feeling that arose. Chenbo said that their master used his soul as a pen in the courtyard as a canvas. Furnishing everything around like a painting was indeed a good decision. Letting the young people into the living room, he asked them to wait here for a while. He will call for the master. Huang Yu asked the teacher, maybe he knows about art. Xing Huang replied that no. It was just that this courtyard really is like a painting. Sitting down in a wide wooden chair, Bison told the girl not to listen to him. He's just showing off to appear to be something he's not. The girl looked at the prince unhappily and asked, showing off? Why would he think that? Her friend is a very educated and talented man. Why does he judge everyone by himself and think they are pretending? The prince said he's educated and talented. Is he? He thinks he's deceiving or making her look like a fool. He's lying to fool the girls. No wonder she's already fallen for his tricks. The girl shouted that her friend knows everything about chess, painting and calligraphy, unlike him who only knows how to fight and kill. The prince also shouted, is she really talking about him? Yes, even if he started learning in the womb, it would be impossible for him to reach that level. A common trickster, the girl parried that if he couldn't start learning at a young age, let him not put his problems on others. Not everyone is so useless. Listening to their conversation, Xing Huang was shocked and thought that if they wanted to argue, let them argue. Why should he be involved? He just wanted to take the book. What was the point of arguing? What the hell is going on here? But then they all stopped talking and stood up. Because in the doorway appeared a man with brown hair and the same beard, which was banned in a short braid. The prince and the girl said hello to the master. The one with a smile on his face said that he heard someone compared his court to an ink painting. It was such a rarity to meet a young man with such a fine sense of beauty. But Bison told the master that he shouldn't believe this guy. He's probably just a liar. The master looked at him sternly and asked if he had given him his word. The prince awkwardly lowered his head. Then the master smiled again and took the folded canvas from the assistant's hands. He told Juan that since he knew about paintings, let him appraise this canvas for him. He unfolded the painting, which depicted water, willow, and mountains. Huang Yu approached Xing Huang and told him that he liked to do this kind of inspection. Even she had gone through it. If he didn't like his answer, he would definitely not see the book. One thought sadly that if he had known where this would lead, he would have kept silent in the courtyard. After all, he doesn't know much about this at all. Master Lu Shun asked the guy, "What's wrong? Is there a difficulty?" He smiled strangely and replied that no, everything was fine. He walked over to the painting thinking that the Heaven's Path library had helped him with the artifacts. Would it work on the paintings? He touched it and realized he had succeeded. He looked at the master with a slight smile and asked if he really wanted his appraisal. The man replied that yes, as detailed as possible. Juan smiled and said then he did have a small comment. He said confidently that it was just a waking nightmare. The girl and the servant were shocked and the prince laughed. Chenbo asked, "How dare he? This is a painting by the master himself." Bleeding sweat, Wang Yu thought it was the master's painting. He carried his painting through. This has never happened before. He seems like a smart and intelligent guy. How could he say such a thing? Is this going to affect her in any way? She's done for. Bison smugly grinned and asked, "Is he a smart and talented person?" Master Lu Shun shouted that he didn't give the right to speak. Zhang Huang bowed and said that he didn't know that this master's work. He apologized for his abruptness. The elderly man smiled as he closed his eyes and said, "No problem. It's just a painting. Let him appreciate it as he sees fit. Let him talk only about it, not about its author." One replied that he was glad to hear that. He pointed to the painting and said that any roadside artist could really paint such a picture. But if you dive into the painting, feel it deeper, it will open up differently. Lu Shun asked with a smile, "What does he mean?" The guy replied that it was very simple. If he didn't mind, he would like to reveal her secret. He took out a knife from his inner pocket and approached the painting. Prince Bison exclaimed, asking what is he doing? The master's painting is priceless. Would he be able to compensate for it? But the guy cut the painting with a smile. Master Lu Shun looked at the guy in shock, and he picked up the edge of the almost transparent paper and ripped it off the canvas, saying that the painting on that paper was a fake. The real one is underneath it. It was already painted on the sheepskin through the rice paper. Everyone was shocked. And the gentleman thought about the fact that to draw a picture on a sheepskin through rice paper, the image must be amazingly accurate. He laughed and said it wasn't bad, and went on to think that not many people would know from the technique of drawing on sheepskin through ordinary paper. And this young man had figured it out so easily. The man walked over to the wall and pointed with his hand to another painting that showed a lion. He told the boy to look over here. What would he say about this painting? Juan touched it and then replied to the man that although the painting is delicious, it lacks accuracy. If he is right, the author of the painting has never seen the beast being depicted live. Because of this, the painting doesn't have much value. Lu Shun shockingly looked at the boy and thought about the fact that it was true. He had never seen the Qixing before, only read about it in books and painted it according to his own perception. This boy immediately realized this and said that the painting was losing value. He asked the boy if he could elaborate on what exactly was the inaccuracy. Huang Yu wondered, did the emperor's teacher himself ask the youngster for advice? How did this fellow achieve such a thing? Jiang Huang replied that it was very simple. Qixing is a beast with great defense, but it is his speed that defeats his opponents, so his body shape should be more streamlined. His torso should resemble a blade, and since this condition is not taken into account, the character of the animal is not conveyed correctly. Lu Shun clapped his hands happily, saying that it was very good. He thought about how the guy had hit the mark both times. Although he is still so young, but he has the mind of a true master. The master asked Huang Yu, why doesn't she introduce her friend to him? The girl laughed awkwardly and asked the guy what his name was. Bison was shocked because he thought she liked him and she didn't even know his name. Lu Shun frowned his eyebrows and asked, did they really not know his name? No manners at all. This person is his equal and therefore they should call him master. The prince looked at the girl and asked, "Do they really have to address such a young man like that?" The girl, who was also surprised, retorted by asking if it was true. The master asked, "Do they really have any doubts?" The boy and girl bowed before Huang, greeting the master. The man replied that he shouldn't. His name is simply Zhang Huang. He laughed awkwardly, adding that he was just giving his opinion on the paintings. There was no need to call him master. Lucian called him friend Zhang and told him that he was wrong. At a glance, he can unmistakably point out the flaws. Is this or is this not the sign of a true master? If he is not worthy of being called a master, then what to speak of himself? And then he pointed at the boy and the girl and said that he could teach these youngsters every time they meet. The guy and girl felt awkward thinking about the fact that they are the same age. But the master respects him so much. He's really strong. The man looked at his dear friend again and asked if he could know why he came to him. Huang answered him that they say he has a large library. He had come here to find material about the 6th battle rank. The man started nudging him in the back, asking with a smile, "Why didn't he say so right away?" He does have a large collection of books, but they are all mostly about arts. There aren't many books about martial arts, much less a rank 6. He can show everything he has in his study. Chen Bo reached out to the Lord to stop him, and the man sternly replied that this painting master wanted to look at him. Who was he to forbid him from doing so? They went outside and the man told the guy that they needed to go to the other wing. They entered the library, which was lined with shelves of scrolls and books. The man told the boy that the books he needed were there, as he said there weren't many. Make him feel at home. The guy walked over to one of the racks, thinking that even though it was a little, it was better than nothing. Seeing the guy quickly flipping through one of the books, the man asked, "Don't these techniques work for him?" The guy replied that no, he was just browsing for now. He pointed to a neighboring shelf and asked, "What is that?" The man replied that those were his unfortunate son's books. With sadness on his face, he added that he liked brute strength, so he had collected a lot of books on physical improvement. There are even books from the royal library here. Huang politely asked if he could see them. Lucian replied with a smile that of course, if he wanted to. The guy took one of the books from the top shelf and said with a smile that he would then take advantage of his hospitality. The man looked at the guy in surprise and thought he was flipping through it too fast even to look through it. Maybe these books are not to his liking. Meanwhile, Huang had found the right way to practice. Being in the library of the heavenly path and creating a new book. He thought it was very convenient. Taking the newly formed book in his hands, Xing Huang read that if qi was water, then the body was the barrel that stored it. With a good barrel not only holding more water but also improving its quality. He used to think that improving the body was useless and it was important to concentrate on qi energy. But now it became clear to him that qi power depends on the body and only by perfecting them together can one achieve high results. Huang made sure that the library chose the best knowledge as expected. He decided to name the book Heaven's Golden Body. Whereupon this title immediately appeared on its cover. With that, Huang promised himself that he would practice it well later. In an instant, the teacher was surprised that his body had begun an unconscious change. The realization came to him that he had been practicing the golden body of the heavens without even knowing it. Deciding that it wasn't that important for now, since he hadn't found the information about the 6th rank yet. Huang realized that his strength should have increased with this technique anyway. The observing master was surprised and wondered what his dear friend Huang was doing. Was he overworking himself? Turning to Huang, who was reading, the emperor's teacher touched the lad's shoulder, but immediately some unknown force roughly threw him to the other end of the room. Huang immediately turned around and, surprised, looked questioningly at the master. He stood up and reported that he was fine, wondering in his mind what was happening to his friend. Huang walked over and asked the master if everything was all right. and Lucian's mind was spinning with the question of what that power was. He realized that it didn't look like a rank 5 power. Xinhuang became worried and asked the man as he suddenly fell down. Rising from his knees, the master replied that perhaps it was all old age and he just didn't stand still. The young teacher touched the injured man in an attempt to help him up, but the force pushed him away again and pinned him to the floor. Huang wondered not unreasonably what it was and suspected if the master was faking it. On his next question about the teacher's condition, the guy received a sharp answer about not touching the man. Walking up, Lucian asked if he had just advanced to the 6th rank. Huang awkwardly confirmed it and said that he didn't think it would happen so quickly. The old man concluded to himself that the guy hadn't adapted to his increased strength yet. He had read in books that some people could increase their rank in a matter of minutes. Looking at the guy rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, the master marveled that he had gone through several books and moved to a different rank. Assumed maybe he had accumulated a lot of knowledge and read a phrase that was missing. After pondering about it, Lucian called the young man into the living room. Meanwhile, Bison asked Huang Yu if it was true that Master Zheng had reached the 5th martial rank. The young woman repeated that he had only stopped by her store today to buy books, and she knew nothing about him. She then continued that, however, if he was looking for books about the 6th rank, he was most likely at the peak level of the Qi vessel. The guy remarked that with great success at such an age, Huang must be a good fighter, and while clenching his hand into a fist, he said that he would soon find out for sure. With Master Lucian's arrival, the young men were worried from his mangled appearance. But the man immediately said that everything was fine and not to worry. He was fine. The old man then ordered the servants to bring a column to measure his strength. Bison turned to Master Zheng and asked if it was true that his strength had peaked at rank 5. Huang confirmed. The prince said that he was at the same level and asked if he could ask for sparring. Hearing this, Master Lucian realized that since Bison was at the same level, it was a great opportunity to see if Zheng's strength had increased. Huang Yu immediately jumped up from her seat and resented what Bison was talking about and whether he realized where he was. Master Lucian smiled and said that it wasn't a big deal and didn't mind if they knew the measure. Bison smiled affirmingly and asked Master Zheng to demonstrate his strength, to which the latter agreed. Bison grinned and said, "He has a strong punch, let him be careful." He pounced on the guy, clenching his hand into a fist. Huang prepared his fist as well, thinking that he could test how much stronger he was. When their fists made contact, Huang's eyes widened and he thought, "Why is the prince's punch so weak? Surely he's at peak rank 5. The next instant, he flew far enough away and slammed into the wall with his back. A surprised Huang Yu thought, is this really the strength of Master Zheng? Meanwhile, the latter asked the prince if he was all right. Somehow, the guy replied that yes, he was fine. He thought to himself that if he hadn't fought back as hard as he could, he would have lost that arm. He was even more shocked when he saw Huan needing his arm and said that he hadn't shown what he could do yet, and suggested that he do it again. But at full strength. The guy waved his hand fearfully, replying that there was no need. The master is stronger than he is. He didn't think the fight would turn out to be equal. The prince realized that Huan was too strong, one more blow and he would be finished. And Huan grudgingly thought that he was just too lazy to fight. He hadn't even used his full strength, and he was so excited thinking that this was a chance to test his strength. Just then, Chenbo came back and informed the master that the pillar was ready. And then seeing the prince, he thought that this is King Jin Nan's only son. Why is he in such a state? Lucian called out to his friend Zhang with a smile on his face, telling him that Bison was injured. He needed to treat his wounds, and he could test his strength with the pillar. The guy turned to the man and said with a smile that indeed he had just measured the strength yesterday, it was only 4 din. He thought today, if there was an increase today, it would be quite small. Lucian replied to him that he understood him, but he should still check. The guy replied that it was fine. As he approached the colony, kneading his arm, he thought that even if he applied the golden heaven body, his strength shouldn't increase by many units, since he hadn't advanced to rank 6. And although the role of the body is important, still without filling it with chi energy, it is of little use. This morning, his punching power was 8 din. He'll try to hit at full strength. After hitting the pillar, the number 4 was first displayed on the pillar, and the guy immediately turned to the others and said with a smile that it was only 4 din as expected. But behind his back, 49 din popped up. Everyone was shocked, and Huang Yu weakly told him to look at the pillar again. The guy replied that it was only 4 din. Why were they so surprised? But turning around, he was also surprised and asked to himself, did he really just hit 49 din? Looking at the pillar doubtfully, he asked if it was definitely serviceable. Lucian replied that the pillar was fine, but hadn't he just advanced to rank 6 in the library? The point of his metamorphosis was that his body wasn't used to his new strength. That was why he had defeated Bison so quickly. With their mouths hanging open, the prince and the girl looked at this and thought, had he really advanced to another rank? Had he increased his strength from 4 din to 49 din? Had he strengthened himself by 45 din? Huang, who was in a stupor, thought about the fact that moving to the 6th rank meant opening chakras, each of which added 1 din. There are a total of 108 chakra points in the human body, of which 72 can be opened. But just by practicing the golden heavenly body, he had increased his strength by about 90 Serbian dinars. Did he really open all the chakra points, or did a few remain closed? Lucian also asked his dear friend Zhang if he had really opened 45 points. The guy replied that he was definitely still at the peak level of rank 5. He hadn't increased his rank, but he had definitely strengthened his body. The surprised master asked if he had eaten some bright red fruit today. Huang scratched the back of his head and said that it seemed like he had actually eaten some strange fruit in the market. He didn't feel anything special after it, but now he realizes that there might have been a surge of power happening back then. Lucian explained to the guy that what he ate was most likely called a huge pearl fruit. If legends were to be believed, a person sitting it could be compared to a 6th rank master. Not believing it, Huang thought to himself, do they really think that something like this could exist? But this is incredible luck. A great way to explain the sudden increase in strength so that he wouldn't be suspected of anything. Master Lucian was glad to be so lucky. They were sitting with Jing Huang in the living room on wide wooden chairs. The master was telling his friend Zhang that he would like to ask if he was a local or not. The guy replied with a smile that he was a teacher in Hongtin. The old man, whose face still had marks from the blow, replied with a smile that it was no wonder then that he was so strong even in understanding paintings and books. He then looked towards Huang Yu and Bison and told them that when they had free time, let them be sure to take advice from Master Zhang on training the mind, not just martial arts. As their mentor, he would take their successes into consideration and his as well. The boy and girl simultaneously replied that okay. The prince's eyes sparkled and he smiled slyly, thinking that he was finally learning battle rather than reading books or looking at pictures. It would be much more interesting to learn from him than Master Lucian. Xing Huang stood up from his seat and bowed to the master, saying that he apologized for staying with him for so long. He hoped to see him again soon. Lucian told the guy that he had come here to get books about the 6th rank, which he turned out to have very little about. But he could talk to the right person. He didn't seem to be in town, he was out hunting. But with his help, he would have a way into the royal library. Huang replied that would be marvelous. The satisfied old man waved him off, saying he was being overly courteous. Let him come more often. Walking outside, a smiling Huang thought that he had not visited Master Lucian's house for nothing after all. With his body strength, he is superior to the average strength at his rank. With this strength, he would even be able to defeat a rank 6 fighter. And his punch is indeed with a strength of around 90 Serbian dinars. I wonder if there's a way to strengthen his body even more significantly. But then he warily turned around, frowning his eyebrows. He told them that he had already spotted them, tell them to come out. Mo Yang's appraiser, the salesman and 3 fighters, one of whom was big and pumped up, appeared from around the corner. The angry appraiser told the guy that he was the reason they lost all of today's profit. This was the first time he'd ever done such a thing. It was time to get together. He yelled that they wouldn't leave him alone until he reimbursed them for everything they lost. Juan only poked his nose and asked if he should give it to them with or without boogers. Even more angry, Mo Yang shouted, asking how dare he say such a thing. In his next life, he would definitely learn to keep his mouth shut. The guy waved his finger, replying that he had just been reborn. So he was definitely not going to keep his mouth shut. Clenching his teeth in anger, Mo Yang told him that he would change his mind now. He then turned to Jiang, the big fighter, telling him to go forward. The latter clenched his fist tightly and smirked and walked over to Jiang, asking if he had anything last to say. Meanwhile, the salesman told the appraiser that he is not called Iron Palm for nothing. He can break a stone with one hand. He realizes that if this guy dies, he won't be able to pay. With a sly grin, Mo Yang replied that a guy who doesn't have 200 coins won't be able to pay back what he lost, but he'll get his revenge. De Jiang spread his hands apart and traces of his energy appeared on his palms. He told the teacher to stand still, let it kill him. When his hands were already near Juan's head, he quickly grabbed the fighter's wrists and pressed his thumbs on the tendon. De Jiang cried out in pain and a spasm ran down his arms. Juan thought this was a great chance to practice and get used to his new abilities. With one hand he continued to hold the guy's wrist and with the other he punched him with all his might in the stomach. Blood spurted from the guy's mouth and then he flew far away, hitting the wall. And Juan was pleasantly surprised by such strength. A shocked Mo Yang asked the salesman, "Did De Jiang really just get thrown out?" The equally surprised seller replied that it looked like it. The appraiser replied that he wasn't that weak and then asked the seller why he was still standing. He replied, "Well," Mo Yang got mad at him and yelled, "Well, what's well? Does he want him to take care of it himself? Let him hurry up and teach him a lesson." The man hesitantly removed his hat, replying that he would talk to him. The man squatted down, chi began to ooze out of him, and he said with a smirk that he didn't mean to do this. "I'll have to show him what a rank 6 fighter could do." Juan thought that since he was a rank 6 fighter, he would be a respected person in Hongting. Mo Yang hurried the salesman saying that this time the guy wouldn't get off that easy. The man smugly told him that, of course, he would just kill him. He pounced on the guy, activating the Falcon's flight. One of Mo Yang's fighters who was watching said that it was an intermediate level technique, but it was deadly for many. The other one who had blue hair asked that this guy was so young, is it fair to use it on him? Listening to them, Mo Yang thought to himself, what are they talking about? This guy has defeated the Iron Hand, so he must be strong enough. Right now, the only option to finish him off faster was to use this technique. Meanwhile, the salesman jumped upwards using a powerful wing flap. Looking at him skeptically, Juan thought that this is going to be a really good battle right now. But he couldn't believe that he didn't even need a library to defeat him. The man approached the guy. Yelling for him to die, Juan pulled one leg up, kicking the man in the groin. The man screamed and winced in pain. The teacher told him that his flaw was obvious. After that, Mo Yang shouted that they could only defeat him together. The two guys pounced on Juan, and he said that not counting him, there were only two. The fighters froze and saw that the appraiser was gone. They saw him running away fast, yelling to them to try harder. He'll be right back." The two fighters and Juan simultaneously called him an impertinent man. The teacher then attacked the boys, telling them to stay here. He rushed after the appraiser, yelling to him that he wouldn't run away. Drenching himself in sweat, the man thought that this guy was so strange. Even if he exercised in his mother's womb, he won't catch up. Before he could finish his thought, Juan was already running beside him and asked with a smile, "What was the hurry?" He didn't even wait for him. The man asked fearfully, "Who was he?" The guy replied that he had urgent business to attend to, so he had better stop. After saying that, he kicked the man in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. Juan told that man that he should have expected this when he attacked him. Covering his face with his hand, the man began to beg not to kill him. He could give him all the money he had saved over the years. The guy grinned and replied that he needed to see how much his life was worth first. The man removed a green jade ring from his thumb and said it was all here. The guy looked at the item with interest and the man asked him to accept it. Diving into the library of the heavenly path, Juan read that this is a low-level storage ring inside space for 3 square meters. Disadvantages: low-quality workmanship, you need blood to activate it. The guy dripped his blood from his finger onto the ring and moved into a small space that had chests of gold vases and scrolls. The guy was surprised that there really was a magical space here. But this man had been fooling people for too many years. A scared and shabby Mo Yang said that he hoped the man would accept it and spare him. Juan sternly replied that he might spare him, but if he gave him all the money he had under his clothes, then he would not kill him. The guy smiled and the man was shocked to think of this guy cracking him up so easily. This was the first time he was giving away absolutely all the money he had. Xing Huan pulled his hands towards the man, smirking cruelly. The man started to shout that he shouldn't, but the guy had already ripped all of his clothes on him. When Juan was done, the man was sitting on the ground, covering himself with his kimono. With tears in his eyes, he said that the man could have just told him what he wanted. Why such cruelty? And the guy stood with his back to him, leafing through his financial book, thinking about how he couldn't believe he had so much money now. The man irritably told the guy that he had taken all he could. Would he let him go now? And Juan grinningly started to say that Mo Yang was an apprentice appraiser, a professional fraudster often posing as a famous appraiser, a deceiver, a martial artist who was able to subjugate the will of others with his voice. The man looked at the guy in surprise and asked, "How does he know? Who the hell was he?" And in his mind, it was not unusual for the guy to know his name. He'd been a famous snitch in the former kingdom, but everything else, he hadn't told anyone about the voice technique. The guy replied to the man that it's completely irrelevant how he knows it. It's much more important that he figured out his life point. He couldn't kill him, but he could make sure he never hurt anyone else. He'll make him stop. The guy kicked the man in the stomach angrily, causing him to fly off and slam into the wall. Juan told him that now he could go. The man squirmed in pain, thinking about his cultivation base. Shangbin complained to his grandfather, sitting on his knees in front of him and telling him that he had to do this for him. The old man, who had the same minty hair as his grandson, remained silent. The boy kept shouting that didn't Grandpa say that this lion was very obedient? He asked him to teach Shang Huan a lesson, but instead it attacked him. The lion itself at this time narcissistically raised its head, closed its eyes and turned away. The old man thought about the fact that he heard who had tamed it, but they were communicating as equals, not as master and pet. But he had to protect his grandson anyway. Why did he listen to an outsider? Shangbin also looked at the lion and thought that when he saw Huang, he became obedient like a dog. It was also so proud. Is Huang its master or is he? Watching the lion raise his head proudly, the old man laughed and told his grandson that he would deal with it later. The boy exclaimed again that Grandpa should definitely teach this Huang a lesson. He should be fired from the academy and banned from entering here. The old man waved his hand with a slight smile and told his grandson not to worry, he would take care of it. And then he thoughtfully added that this Jiang was lucky in a way. He didn't think that he would recruit even one student, let alone 5. Trying to fire a teacher for no apparent reason was a risky business. Shang Bin replied to his grandfather that he had a reason to do so. Teacher Tao Xiang has a teaching named Yang Li. Jiang Huang forced the boy to become his disciple. Tao Xiang's teacher has applied for a will detector. Grandpa will only have to intervene at the right moment and suspend teacher Jiang. The surprised old man asked his grandson if he was sure. After receiving an affirmative answer, he added that since that was the case, he would invite an elder from the Teachers Guild tomorrow to oversee the process. If the will detector really deduces that Yang Li is being patronized out of his will, then they will really have a chance to suspend teacher Jiang. Shang Bin thanked his grandfather, while thinking to himself that maybe that bastard would win now, but he would look at his face tomorrow. Walking to his class, Huang thought about the fact that yesterday he had read about 10 books on physical improvement from Master Lu Shen. It was useful, but he didn't find what he needed. It was impossible to make a single technique from what he had read. He decided he would find more material later. He opened the door to his classroom and saw that everything inside was shiny and his students were standing by his desk. He looked at them in surprise. All 5 of them cheerfully greeted the teacher. And Jiang Huang thought, why are they all so joyful? It was as if they were other people. He awkwardly greeted them too. But after that he told Zhao Yao that she would be the first one. He took out a box and held it out to the girl, telling her to take this herb and make a tincture from it. In 3 days she should be cured. The girl took the box, and when she opened it, she realized that it was the ancestor stem of the ice sun herb. The teacher then took out 5 books, saying that these were techniques tailored to their individual abilities. Let them practice them. Each of them took a different book. Xingyang thought that he hadn't heard of such a technique. Yuan Do wondered if the teacher had compiled it himself. Yang Li shockingly thought that it was amazing. Wang Yin also guessed that the author was the teacher himself. And in Zhao Yao's mind, her past technique was created by a member of their family, a rank 8 fighter. But this technique was much better than the one she had practiced before. Zhang Huang awkwardly said that he had written these techniques last night, so he didn't have time to name them, so they could do it themselves. Everyone looked at the teacher in surprise, and Zhao Yao asked if he definitely gave them the right to name them. The one replied that yes, let them call them what they like exactly. Xingyang bluntly thought about the fact that the teacher had done such hard work, writing 5 whole manuals, and even allowed them to choose their own name. Wang Yin was surprised that teacher had stayed up all night creating development paths for them. In Hong Ting's entire history, no disciple had ever been honored to have a technique created specifically for them. Yang Li seriously looked at the book, thinking about these abilities and the teacher's wisdom. He definitely did not doubt his patron now. They all fell to their knees, thanking the teacher with glee. Zhao Yao told the teacher that they swore that this knowledge would not get further than them. Whoever breaks the oath will suffer any punishment they choose. Huang slyly replied that was fine, while he thought about the fact that these works were created with the help of the library. If no one knew about them, it would be very good. At this time, Shenbai was pacing back and forth by the walls of Xinghuang's classroom thinking, what should she do? Would she look stupid if she just went there? On what happened yesterday? The girl confidently said that she just wanted to question him, nothing more. Heading towards the gate, she decided that she didn't care and just needed to find out everything today. But as she approached the gate, the teacher saw Yao Han standing beside it. The one with a serious expression was thinking, what should he do? If he went in now, Madam would get angry again. But if he didn't hurry up, he might do something bad to her. Just then, Shinbai approached him from the back and asked who he was. The man gave her a leering look and told her not to worry about it and go on her way, otherwise she would regret it. The girl looked at him indignantly, wondering if he had been sent by Shangbin to kill Jing Huang. She remembered that night when Shangbin had threatened Jing Huang that he would not leave there tonight. If he thinks he is a man, let him stop hiding behind a woman's back and let him fight him. The teacher asked the man if he knew it was a crime to kill a teacher in Hongtian territory. Yao Han turned around to the girl, thinking about the fact that it was because of the two teachers' feud over the girl that he was beaten up the day before yesterday. He sternly asked her if she was the same Shinbai. The girl angrily replied that since he knew who she was, he should get out of her way quickly or else he would be at fault. The man retorted that isn't she the one who's causing trouble here? Let her get out of the way herself. Shinbai pounced on the man. Think it was because of her that teacher Jing was in danger. At this moment, Yao Han thought that even though he was injured, he would be able to deal with this girl. The girl kicked him, but he blocked the attack with his hand. Walking through the academy grounds, Chao Xiang asked Shinbin what his grandfather had told him. The latter replied contentedly, telling him not to worry. He hoped that his disciple was indeed unwittingly under Zheng's tutelage. This time, he would definitely get him. In his mind, once Zheng and that disciple were at the wool detector tower, he would be kicked out of Hongting. Chao Xiang added that it was fine then if that trash would fly out of the university. Shinbai will definitely pay attention to him. She just won't be able to resist. Shangbin thought that she must have just succumbed to his entreaties and went to dinner with him. But now he would definitely get him out of the way. And then, Chao Xiang said with a smile, he hoped that very soon he would be the one having dinner with this beauty. Shangbin laughed and replied not to worry. If everything worked out well, he too would get his reward. The red-haired man thanked and quickly noticed something off to the side. He called out to Shangbin in surprise, telling him to look over there. The surprised teacher asked why Shinbai was fighting with Yao Han. Chao Xiang assumed that Shinbai knew that the latter had beaten him up and wanted revenge. The mint-haired teacher asked if he really thought so. The one replied that of course he did. They just have no reason to fight. Everyone knows that teacher Shinbai is very calm and well-mannered. He's just sure of it. If she's willing to do such a thing for him, then that's for sure, she likes him. Hearing this, Shangbin blushed and his heart beat rapidly. But then he abruptly became serious and then flamed up, saying that no, he couldn't let her suffer for him. He rushed to run to her, shouting to the girl that he would help her. Yao Han spotted that guy and thought it was him again. That's how he knew they were in cahoots. When Shinbai noticed him, she thought, are they really trying to trick her? The teacher rushed at them, so they had to bounce off each other. While doing so, he shouted to Yao Han to move his hands away. After landing, the girl realized that of course, the latter had decided to kill two birds with one stone. If he wanted to kill Huang back then, he would have done so. They had another plan, playing out a scene in front of her where he was her beautiful savior. The man shouted that the guy was just in time, and Zhangbin clenching his fist shouted that the man had harmed his beloved. He would destroy him. But then Yao Han grabbed the guy by his collar and started beating his face. Chao Xiang went to the girl and asked her to help teacher Shan. Otherwise, he might die. The angry girl stood with her arms crossed on her chest. She thought how realistic this was. The teacher asked the red-haired boy, did he really want her to come over and help him? The boy replied that yes, if she doesn't, he will die. The girl replied okay and angrily headed towards the men, thinking he would see what they would do next. Noticing the girl approaching them, Yao Han thought that Zhangbin was injured and Shinbai was coping with difficulty. But together, these two have advantages. Right now it is better to retreat. He threw the guy towards the girl and shouted to them that very soon he would take revenge on both of them. He would repay them in full. Chao Xiang ran over to his beaten buddy and lifted him up. The girl looked at them angrily, thinking that the play had gone on long enough. Just then the doors opened and a disgruntled Zhang Huang showed up and asked them what they were doing at the door of his classroom. Zhang Bin, whose face was swollen badly again, began to inarticulately say that he was just in time. His next words were incomprehensible, so Chao Xiang said for him that Zhang Huang was just in time. He believes that the latter is holding his disciple Yang Li by force, so he will have to pass the will detector soon. Now that the academy has approved his application, he will have to pass the willpower tower. Huang looked at him questioningly, not understanding. What was the will detector? Celestial Encyclopedia. The will detector in the process finds out if a student is forcibly under the tutelage of a teacher. During the will detector, the true attitude of the student towards the teacher is found out whether he is with the teacher willingly or not. If it is justified by the result, the teacher who is forcibly keeping the student will be punished. Otherwise, the punishment is received by the person who submitted the application. Chao Xiang said loudly that yes, everything is as they think it is. He is speaking on behalf of Hong Ting's administration. If he refuses, it will be a violation of school rules for which he will be punished. Xinbai looked at Zhang Huang worriedly, thinking that she didn't know what exactly Zhang Bin wanted to accomplish by doing this. But she was sure that it would not turn out well for Zhang. She said that it would be better for him to refuse. But Zhang Huang calmly replied that fine, he's going. Everyone looked at him shocked, and he turned to his courtyard and shouted for Yang Li to come over here. Huang admits to himself that when Yang Li first got to him, he regretted it. But now he trusts him so much that he would jump off the roof if he asked him to. Not just him, all of them. Lifting Zhang Bin to his feet, Chao Xiang told him not to worry. This boy's teacher from the beginning was him. He was sure that he still wanted to be his disciple. Smiling slightly, the boy replied that it was a good thing. A flustered Xinbai asked Huang, how could he say yes? He should have refused and would have gotten off somehow. But the guy scratched the back of his head and smilingly replied that it was fine. Yang Li came out to them on the street and asked the teacher what was going on. Huang answered him that he and he would walk to the same place. Angrily looking at Huang, the girl thought that knowing the power of the Shan family, this guy dares to fight back. Is he looking for death? And it's all because of her, she's sure of it. That's why she can't stay away. She'll go and see what they're up to. Hong Tin Academy, Will Detector Tower. Inside the tower was Elder Mo and Zhang Bin's grandfather. He apologized to the elder and apologized for having to bother him. The old man with a long thin beard replied that he didn't need to worry. He is happy to help if some teacher acts against the will of the students. He is sure that this young man will face the consequences of his misdeeds. The old man with minty hair sadly said that this teacher got the lowest score in the teacher's test, but he kept him. If that one didn't recruit students, he would have to leave. Perhaps this condition was putting too much pressure on him. Elder Mo told Elder Shang that the latter had always been too benevolent. But Elder Shang continued that if it wasn't for that teacher, Chao Xiang, who drafted the petition for the will detector, they would have never known about it. Elder Mo said that, however, the will detector harms the peace and trust within the collective. But it's worth it if it's a matter of deservedly punishing the scoundrel. There will be no guilt on him. Hearing this, Elder Shang smirked. Just then, the door to the tower opened and all five of them walked inside. The beaten Zhang Bin, who was walking in front, greeted the elder. The frightened grandfather asked his grandson, who did this to him? The boy started waving his hands, saying that it was nothing. There was just a misunderstanding. The elder started going through his pocket, telling him to wait. He had some medicine with him. Let him take it. While they were dealing with this, Chao Xiang walked over to the second elder and said that he hoped for a fair trial. Zhang Huang violated the rules of Hongting here as the fairness and competition between teachers. Yang Li, who was his student at first, became under his tutelage under teacher Zhang's threats. That's why he insisted on a will detector who would return his student. An uncomprehending Yang Li looked at this and thought to himself, "What is going on here?" Zhang Huang excitedly exclaimed, assuring the esteemed elder that Yang Li had voluntarily become his disciple. He had never threatened him. The boy looked at his teacher confusedly, wondering why he had become so agitated. Huang turned to his student and winked at him with a smirk, telling him to let him say that he wasn't forcing him. The boy realized that the teacher was choosing to trick everyone. Terror appeared on the guy's face. He started trembling and replied in a frightened voice that no. Teacher Zhang never forced him. He did it himself. Elder Mo said that this child looked scared. He turned to the teacher and asked that his name was Zhang Huang, right? He will give him exactly one chance. Let him surrender now and return the disciple to his teacher. Have the latter return to Chao Xiang and he will cancel the will detector. The shocked Shang Bin and Chao Xiang exclaimed that no. The beaten guy went to Elder Mo saying that teacher Tao Xiang had applied for the will detector and the administration had agreed. This sudden cancellation of the procedure. Didn't this mean that he didn't respect the administration's edicts? Tao Xiang also went to the elder and said that he thought it would be fair and according to the rules. Let the real will of the boys be made clear so that there will be no more misunderstandings. Elder Mo replied that okay, since they have decided to conduct the procedure accurately, they should be clear about the conditions he will outline next. The teacher that the younger Yang Li will reach for will win and the loser must fulfill the punishment that is agreed upon between the participants. Elder Shang added that Chao Xiang insisted on the maximum punishment. That is banishment from Hongting. The losing side would learn the lesson forever. He asked Zhang Huang if there were any objections, to which Huang sadly replied that they had no enmity with teacher Tao. Would it be too harsh to dismiss him? But then he cheerfully added that he still thought it was wrong. But he had another idea. How about refusing to expel the teacher? We could just take away his license but add 100 lashes of God to the punishment? Everyone was in a complete stupor thinking that he was the one in danger. Hadn't he figured it out yet? And which of the two punishment options was worse? License revocation and 100 God slaps or total banishment? Elder Mo thought that if a teacher was just kicked out of Hongting, he could teach in another institution. But being stripped of his license was different, it was a lifelong stigma. Looking at Zhang Huang, Chao Xiang thought, did he want a quick death, 100 God lashes as well? The God Whip was a special punishment created in Hongting. After a whole 100, the sufferer would be half alive. And Shinbai understood that it was crystal clear that it was a trap. But Huang is not even trying to get out but burying himself deeper. Chao Xiang chuckled to himself, hoping that he wouldn't complain after everything. He seriously replied to the elder that he agreed to teacher Zhang's conditions. Yang Li realized that the teacher first pretended to be a loser to provoke his opponents and then upped the ante. He really is a villain. Elder Mo said that if both sides agreed, then they wouldn't waste any time. An orb appeared in the center of the large circle, hovering above it and glowing with orange light. Elder Mo said that this ball was made of a heart stone. Zhang Huang and Chao Xiang should both take turns to go up to it together with Yang Li and touch it. This ball will show the extent of the boys' trust in each of them. The one with the higher degree of trust will win. He asked if they understood the rules. The teachers simultaneously replied that they did. Chao Xiang thought, how could Yang Li, a top 100 ranked disciple, want the patronage of a trash like Zhang Huang? Once the procedure was over, there would be nothing left of him. And he himself would continue to rack up achievements in Hongting. Elder Mo turned to Teacher Chow, saying that since he was the one who applied for the will detector, he would be the first one to apply. The man looked at his disciple and called him over with him. They both touched the ball and closed their eyes. The heart stone is capable of putting people into a trance state to read their inner world. All the information read by the stone comes from the heart, sincere emotions. Elder Mo said that if a boy is really forced to become a disciple, he will not have confidence in the teacher and may even hate the teacher. That's why it's so important to listen to a person's opinion when taking him on as a disciple. Elder Shan agreed with him, adding that the maximum level of trust is 100. Each 10 is a certain level. For example, 10 is weak trust, 20 is medium trust. The student-teacher relationship is usually held at 30, but the most outstanding teachers can reach 50, but it is hard to achieve. Even parent-child trust is around 60. Concerned, Shinbai looked at Huang, thinking that he and Shangbin were people from different worlds. And if it wasn't for her, they would never have met. She turned to Teacher Zhang, saying that it was better for him to leave now. Leave Hongting Academy and never come back. Shangbin slyly asked the guy if he wanted to slip away. It's already too late. The process is already underway and he wants to run away. Let him dream about it. He thought that when the results came out, Xing Huang would regret having come into this world. But Huang looked at him skeptically and asked, was he really so sure of his winnings? Shangbin laughed and said that he would tell them the truth. Xiao Xiang had personally invited Yang Li to study at this academy, and they had spent half a month together before starting their studies. The degree of trust between them should be around 20. What about him? Could it be a 10? Or maybe a negative number altogether? All about a teacher who is trusted by the students with less than 10 units would spread all over the kingdoms. He laughed again and added that he had completely forgotten that his reputation was already lower than that, so he was out of danger. Shinbai was shocked to hear such a thing, but looking at Huang who was picking his nose, she asked why he was so nonchalant. Elder Shan asked Elder Mo, how much trust does he think this boy has in these two? To which the old man replied that if Yang Li was really invited to the academy by Xiao Xiang, then around 18-20 units for sure. As for Teacher Zhang, he is afraid that there might be a negative result. Elder Shang said that a teacher with a negative student's trust would put the entire academy to shame. If Teacher Zhang has a negative number, he will immediately insist on not being in Hongting. Elder Mo added that it would be necessary to take away his license. Then the ball shone brighter and Shangbin told them to watch the results appearing. Tao Xiang smirked slyly, thinking that he would not only get Yang Li back, but also finally get rid of Zhang. And after Teacher Shangbin achieved his goal, he would have a strong patron. His trust in him should not exceed 20. At this moment, the number 10 popped up in front of everyone. Tao Xiang felt as if he had received a stab in his heart and asked, how is this possible? He thought about the fact that he himself had given him a future in Hongting. They had gotten along well for a long time, why only 10? Zhang Huang mockingly asked Shangbin, was this his source of confidence? Bleeding sweat, the man asked, how did this happen? Shinbai laughed quietly into her fist. The two elders were also shocked by this result. Elder Shan became angry, thinking about the fact that with this level of confidence, he decided to conduct a will detector. He thought his confidence level would be around 20, but here it's only 10. This is a disgrace. Tao Xiang shouted, asking why they only have 10 confidence points. He then added that he didn't care. Even so, as long as Zhang didn't score more, he was still the winner. Walking up to the podium, Huang replied, okay. As long as he didn't score more, right? Walking up to the guy, Huang told him that the sooner they finished, the sooner he would be back in class. The boy nodded in agreement. Walking down to the others, Tao Xiang thought that he definitely wouldn't score a 10. He who laughs last is the one who laughs last. The teacher and student touched the ball and a small lightning bolt traveled through it. The elder was surprised that the result seemed so fast. Tao Xiang asked, "How is this possible?" After all, he had only just had time to descend. The number 64 appeared in front of everyone. Tao Xiang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He exclaimed that the guy trusted that one as a parent. How could this be possible? Shangbin clutched his heart, thinking, how could this be true? 10 and 64, the outcome is crystal clear. Elder Mo said that the willpower detector gave the result immediately without hesitation, and it's such an impressive number. This degree of confidence is typical of great teachers. The astonished Chenbai covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that even the most popular teachers who had been teaching their wards for years did not have such a connection with them. But how did Teacher Zhang do this? The teacher turned to the esteemed elders, asking what he had won, didn't he? Tao Xiang shouted that no, impossible. These balls are faulty, he was sure. Where could this level of confidence come from? He doesn't believe it. Shangbin that he also thinks that Teacher Tao's words make sense. How could disciples have such trust in the most inept teacher? Even the disciples of excellent experts like Lu Sen and Wang Tao don't have such trust in a teacher. The elder watched as Yang Li bowed to his teacher, and noticed that this boy's eyes shone with respect and reverence for his teacher. Such sincere admiration cannot be faked. This student has absolute confidence in his teacher. He turned to the descending teachers and declared that only the stone of the heart can show the innermost thoughts of a man. It could not be faulty, and if they continued to talk nonsense, he would kick them out of here. Xing Huang went down to the elders and said that now that he had won, the punishment for the loser should be carried out. According to the agreement, Tao Xiang should have his teacher's license taken away and be sentenced to 100 strokes of God, right? Smiling awkwardly, Elder Shang told him that he has already won. What more does he need? He should spare him. He thinks it should be fair. Xing Huang indignantly asked, why would he? He had won the victory fairly. But if he had lost, they wouldn't have said so. Elder Shang called him insolent, telling him that he didn't forget his place. He's the worst teacher in Hongtian. He was just lucky to win the trust of one student. What's he proud of? What good is such trust when he can't cultivate this boy into a worthy fighter? Tao Xiang frowned and added that Jing had definitely used some sort of trick to gain Yang Li's trust. From what he remembered, one of Zhang's former disciples had gone crazy. Maybe the same thing was happening to this boy. The elder was surprised, and the red-haired man continued. The elder probably doesn't know that. Because of this, all the students left him, and he was in danger of expulsion. He doubts that Yang Li can trust him that much, and is worried about the boy because he doesn't know what this cheat could have applied. How else could the worst teacher gain the trust of such a good student? The elder stroked his beard, remembering that there was one such teacher in the past who used techniques to confuse students. Could it be that Teacher Zhang is using something similar? Elder Shang told Elder Mo that a teacher must teach and gain the trust of his students. If the teacher doesn't have the right knowledge, there's no place for trust to come from. Xing Huang intervened in the conversation, saying that it didn't matter now whether his teaching methods were good or not. They made an agreement. He brought his disciple in, participated, hoping for a fair outcome. Elder Shan shouted at him, asking how dare he. A teacher's license could be taken away because of something as nonsense as an argument. Shanbai wanted to object something to the elder, but Shangbin told her that his grandfather was right. Cao Xiang, no matter what, is a very valuable teacher in Hongting. Because of such a small thing, the academy shouldn't be deprived of talented people. After hearing all of this, the girl cried out that this was simply unheard of. Just like Teacher Zhang said, if he lost, would such concessions really be made for him as well? Xiang Bin narcissistically replied that it was true. It was even orally ridiculous. How could he compare to Chao Xian? Could he even raise a single disciple to the second rank? How could he even attract many disciples? Just then, one of the servants came in and told Elder Chen that someone wanted to see him. It was said to be the head of the Wang Hong clan and the elders of the Wang family from Qianquan City. Elder Shang surprisingly replied that let them pass by. And he thought to himself, did one of the four great clans, the head of the Wang clan, come to the academy? It's a great honor. When word of this spreads, Honing's reputation will definitely rise. That Zhang will have to wait. A puffy Shang Bin walked up to his grandfather and asked, isn't the Wang Hong clan head in the top 10 on the list of potential masters? Such an influential person, why did he visit them? The elder laughed and said that it was probably because of Wang Tao. Shang Bin clarified if he was talking about Wang Tao's teacher. The latter replied that of course he was. Wang Tao is the eldest son of the clan head, Wang Hong. In the future, he would definitely take his place in the family hierarchy. He personally raised him to the 4th rank. He thinks esteemed Wang Hong has learned of his success and has come to thank him. Zhang Huang asked the girl, is Wang Tao his disciple? She replied that yes, but that was not what he should be thinking about right now. Elder Shang is already powerful, and with the support of the Wang family he will be unrivaled. If Wang were to stay in Hongting, he would be in a lot of trouble. The guy smiled awkwardly, scratched the back of his head and replied that he would solve them as they came. The girl was in a stupor, thinking that she cared for him and he didn't even notice. A cheerful Wang Hong appeared at the door and greeted Elder Shan, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The latter replied to him that he was welcome. His arrival surprised him. If he needed something, he could have just let him know, but he had come. What an honor. Shaking hands, the clan leader said that to be honest, he did have one thing to do here. The elder replied that he was at his service. The man said his daughter Ain. He is sure that Elder Shang knows her teacher. She said that she is studying under a certain Zhang Huang. Where can he find him? The elder turned around and pointed at the guy, saying that it was a coincidence that Zhang Huang was right here right now. Shang Bin thought that the guy deserved it after deceiving the daughter of a respected man. Let him choose the method of death. And Chao Xiang thought that he was definitely finished now. This man has too much power. He won't stick to the rules like their elders. Huang was wary, realizing that the conversation was going to be about Wang Yin. Here, Wang Hong headed towards the guy with a serious look. The elder wanted to stop him, but he didn't expect the man to get down on one knee in front of teacher Zhang Huang and greet him. The elder thought that the head would have a grudge against Zhang. Shang Bin thought, what the hell, they were wrong. How could this be possible? How could such a thing happen? Chao Xiang realized that things had gone wrong again. Head Wang should have killed this Zhang on the spot. Zhang Huang took the man by the elbows, asking with a smile that he stand up. The man excitedly stood up and said that he had cured his little girl's leg, giving her such profound knowledge. Of course, he was grateful to him. Huang replied with a smile that she is his student. It's his duty, give her everything he can, so there's nothing to be proud of here. Elder Mo stroked into his beard again, thinking that a teacher is someone who gives all of himself to his students. He said that the guy was overflowing with teaching duty, not bad. He realized that it was no wonder Yang Li trusted him so much. He turned to the Honorable Wang, telling him not to be rude, but even his daughter's recovery couldn't be the reason for his visits to them. The man looked at the elder cheerfully, replying that his mind was still as sharp as ever. Indeed, he had a matter for Elder Shan. Shan looked at him and said that if he needed anything, let him only ask. He would try his best to do his best. Wang Hong said that he was about his son who was now studying with him. He is so grateful to him for taking care of him. He is sorry that he did not come to thank him earlier. May he accept from the bottom of his heart. He took out a small box from his inner pocket. Elder Shan replied that he was just doing his job, he couldn't accept his present. And he himself thought, what else would he accept? Elder Mo from the Teachers Guild is here. One cannot act dishonorably in front of him. Head Wang laughed and said that Elder Shan was noble and admirable. In fact, he had come to talk about some changes or rather problems in his son's practice. He realized that he wasn't quite suitable for him as a disciple. Could he please let him go? Hearing this, the elder's eyes rounded, then narrowed again. He thought that it was fine though. Where did that conclusion come from? He asked, let him go. The men replied that yes, he hoped the one would honor the request. The elder scolded to himself thinking, couldn't they have discussed this without outsiders? Do they have to make him laugh in front of so many people? And himself replied that yes, of course. Since he had made such a decision, he dare not refuse. Dropping blood on the disciple's token. The elder thought that when a disciple throws a teacher, it's the same as a slap. The teacher's rating in the eyes of the teacher and others immediately drops. He thought the head came here to show respect. And as a result, he lost one of his best students. When this news spreads, he won't be happy. Holding out the token in Wang's head, the elder said with a smile that it was ready, he had released his son. The man took the token, thanking him. The old man replied that there was no problem. It's the student's choice. It's normal for the boys to try to find suitable teachers for themselves. Do they already have a candidate for a new teacher for him? Wang Hong replied that yes, there is someone in mind. He turned to teacher Zhang, thankful that he should know his son, Wang Tao. Could he take him into his class, become his teacher? Hearing this, everyone in the tower was shocked. Holding onto his heart and coughing up blood, Elder Shan thought, is Honorable Wang laughing at him? He handed his disciple over to the trash from the end of the teacher ranking list. Shangbin thought, what is going on here? Is esteemed Wang definitely healthy? Why did he give up on his grandfather as a teacher? And also put his trust in this loser? Zhang Huang replied with a smile on his face that he didn't think it was a good idea. He would have to give it up. This time, everyone fell from shock, and Head Wang froze in a stupor.